You're gonna make it. Not at 6:30. You can have mine. Oh, cool. I've got one right here. No problem, Brandon. Good to see you, brother. Yeah. Somebody gets you set up. You know, I guess we're just gonna see how everything plays out.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here this evening. Today is Thursday, September 8th, 2022. It's 6:33 or so p.m. I apologize for being slightly tardy. I also apologize for not letting the city attorney know that it was a 6:30 meeting instead of a 7 o'clock meeting. And I also apologize to Reverend Patrick Lewis, who was going to be here to do the invocation, that it was a 6:30 meeting instead of a 7 o'clock meeting. So we're starting out the meeting with 2 small strikes, but the city attorney will be here in just about 10 minutes, and
It doesn't mean we can't have an invocation.
I know. But thank you. Do you want to pray for us?
I absolutely would.
Well, please come up to the dais.
Do I need a mic? Anybody?
No. Just stand up and do it.
I will stand up and do it.
That's it. Let's stand up. All right.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're indeed grateful for this opportunity to come to this public meeting and voice our concerns as to the subject tonight. And we ask that thy Spirit will be with us and guide us and help us to conduct ourselves properly and that justice can be served. We do appreciate everything thou does, and we love thee, Father. We say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 Thank you.
You're welcome.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Present this evening are Heather Rutledge, Zone 1, Roger Eckert, Zone 2, Rick Basso, Zone 3, Jim Connell, Zone 4, Vice Mayor, and Cameron Lane, Mayor, is present. City Attorney, City Administrator is here, and City Attorney, as I said, will be here in about 10 minutes. So we will proceed to item 4, additions, deletions, and modifications to the agenda. Normally, I just ask for those in a blanket sense, but tonight, the first thing that we have, the first substantive thing that we have to address as a commission tonight is the public hearing on the resolutions to adopt the assessment rates and the millage rates and the budget. So if there's anything in these first 7 items that you would like to discuss, tell me now and we'll move them to the bottom of the agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that anybody wants to?
Yes, additional 7D,
7 what?
7D as in dog.
7D. Anything else? Okay, we'll move item 7D to the, let's make it, item 9D.
Can anyone in the audience ask or have something moved?
Yes. Normally no, but this time yes.
I would like to have 7D.
7D
Yes.
as in dog?
Yes.
Okay, that'll be moved to 9B. And that was a good question. I'm not sure if you all heard that. If there's anything that in these first 7 items on the agenda that anybody would like to discuss, that's probably not why you're here this evening. But if there are, let me know, and we will bring them up after the military section of the evening. Yes.
7F.
7F is in Frank. Okay. 7F is in Frank will become 9C. Anything additional? And if anybody comes up with something later, we'll discuss it after the public hearing. So do I have a, what, no, we'll get to that in a minute. We'll move now to item 6. I'm going to do this a little bit out of order, but I'll announce what I'm doing and it won't be too hard to follow. Item 6, proclamations and a resolution honoring Tom Wilson. We're, the agenda has it in the regular commission meeting. So yes, we're doing both.
But the budget meeting is at 6:30 and the regular meeting is 7.
Is that what it said on the marquee? Yeah, on the marquee, but not in the agenda package, which is public record. So that's what we're doing.
I thought 6:37 was the budget. It was announced as the hearing or it was assessment.
Yes, it was. I know, but then it was created in the packet that was published in this order. And it's going to be pretty darn close. And if we don't lose too much sleep over a 10-minute difference, I think we'll be okay. It's not a nefarious plot, it's just a wording thing. I would like to move now to the resolution honoring Tom Wilson. Mr. Vice Mayor Jim Connell.
Yes, Jim. Yes, Jim. I was asked to read this resolution about Tom Wilson. Tom was one of these kind of men and individuals as well that I wish I'd have known a long time ago. Tom, I was a new member on this commission, and Tom Wilson really helped me understand my roles here a lot different than how I understood them. And then over the years, when I got to know Tom, I came to have a deep respect and love for the man, and I'm really sorry he's gone. And it was ironic that when we got to this call that Tom had passed on, it was at a particular meeting at the Florida League of Conventions where there were some other friends of Tom's there at that very same meeting, and it was a dinner meeting, and Tom truly, truly loved these dinner meetings. And the irony behind that phone call that came, and thank you to Buddy Snowden for reaching out to me. It was pretty emotional for a lot of us. The irony behind it all, of course, very emotional for me to know that Tom succumbed to a difficult illness, but he was one hell of a man, and I wish I'd have known him a lot longer. A resolution honoring the life and service of Commissioner Tom Wilson, whereas service to others is a distinguished honor and a hallmark of a truly remarkable individual. And whereas Tom Wilson served his country as a member of the United States Air Force, defending freedom during 2 tours of service in the Vietnam War. And whereas Tom Wilson served his hometown city as a Detroit police officer for 10 years. And whereas Tom Wilson came to the city of Lake Helen 20 years ago and saw the need to serve his new city as an elected city commissioner. And whereas Tom Wilson, in his role of city commissioner for the city of Lake Helen, demonstrated great leadership and wisdom and perseverance
to better his adopted home, managing an initiative to build a new playground at Blake Park, and then motivated the community and the city commission to replace an outdated and substandard public works facility with a new and modern, efficient building to serve the city going forward. And whereas Tom Wilson motivated the city to manage the sale of unnecessary and therefore surplus equipment that improved the financial strength of the city. And whereas today, the city of Lake Elm is a better place because of Tom Wilson. Now therefore, the mayor and the members of the city commission wish to express their sincere and deep appreciation for the life and services of a citizen who cared enough to improve the life of others through dedicated perseverance, energy, personal sacrifice, and motivation. This resolution adopted this 8th day of September 2022 by mayors and members of the city commission, hereby attesting our signatures to said resolution. It's my honor to read this for Tom.
Now I want to introduce former Mayor Buddy Snowden. If he will please read a proclamation remembering another great friend of the city, Jimmy Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and with the liberty of wearing my mayor's shirt tonight. Mr. Johnson, when he moved to Lake Elm, I was one of the first people that he met. And he always, every time he approached me, regardless of where we were, it was, "Hello, Mr. Mayor." And that was a good feeling. He respected me, I respected him, and he was certainly a great gentleman. So I wore this shirt in honor of him. The city paid for this shirt, and I need to get the use out of it. To tell you a little bit about Mr. Johnson, he moved to Lake Helen, and you couldn't meet him without knowing him as a friend, because he changed your life from the time that you met him. I don't know of anyone that ever had a false word about Jim Johnson. This is to honor his memory. His family is here tonight. Raise your hand if you're affiliated with the Johnson family. And there's a lot more extended family here tonight that do Mr. Johnson and what he meant to the city of Lake Elm. And he never lacked of things to do. His mission in life was to do for others. Without gain, without reward, without recognition. He did a lot of things so silently. It was, ask not what my community can do for me, but what can I do for this community? And he set that example. And for those that didn't know him, if you visit any facility in the city of Lake Helen, his fingerprints are on there, because he set forth to improve the quality of life in the city of Lake Helen. He did a lot of renovations on just about every city-owned property within the city, as well as a lot of renovations throughout the community with neighbors and friends. I'd like to read this. It's a proclamation honoring James Schubert Johnson. Whereas it has pleased divine providence in its unlimited wisdom to remove from our midst our friend and faithful servant, James Superman Johnson, bringing to an end a life of servitude, kindness, and generosity. And whereas, although Mr. Johnson moved to Lake Helen a mere 6 years ago, he has given more of his skill, friendship, and labor to the city of Lake Helen than he could ever be expected of any resident. And whereas Mr. Johnson, through his generous, caring efforts, earned respect, admiration, and high regard for all those with whom he met, cultivating a deep and bonding friendship. And whereas Mr. Johnson, despite his advanced age, he was 85 years of age, worked at renovating or repairing every city-owned facility, as well as undertaking numerous construction-related projects for many Lake Elm residents. And whereas doing for others provided him the opportunity to witness to them, attesting to all that this was his divine calling. And whereas this recognition is given to honor the memory of Mr. Johnson for the example he set for others, as an exemplary citizen of the city of Lake Helen, whose quiet, good works and unassuming goodwill have improved the quality of life of Lake Helen residents for generations to come. Now therefore, the city commission is proud to celebrate and recognize the life and legacy of James Hugh Johnson, and will prepare August the 4th as Jimmy Superman Johnson Day from henceforth. In testimony whereof, the city commission of the city of Lake Helen, after introducing our hand and calls to be affixed, the great seal of the city of Lake Helen, state of Florida, this 8th day of September 2022, to be signed by the Honorable Mayor Cameron Lane, Honorable Vice Mayor Jim Connell, Honorable Commissioner Heather Rutledge, Honorable Commissioner Rick Basso, Honorable Commissioner Roger Evans. And just a footnote, y'all can hear it said if there's a crisis and you know that, or if there's an issue or ailment, that y'all will say, well, I'll pray for you. Let me tell you an example of Jim Johnson. He wouldn't say, I'll pray for you. He prayed for you right there. My grandson was in an accident and hurt his hand. He said, he could do anything to help him, but he did. He got on his knees and prayed that very night and asked him about it. That's the kind of person Jim Johnson is. Well, this time of coming, Mr. Mayor, could you come down and do this proclamation? That'll be ceremonial anyways.
Now we have one last proclamation. Commissioner Eckert, if you would.
In United States history, there are a number of events that occur that everybody can remember where they were and what they were doing when they occurred. I've lived through 3 or 4 of them, and if you mention the dates to me, tell you what I was doing at that time, which included when the announcement of John F. Kennedy being assassinated. I can tell you what I was doing at that time, where I was. When the shuttle blew up, I can tell you where I was and what I was doing. This one deals with September 11th, 2001. It's a day that most people remember. We do have youth today that weren't alive when this occurred. So this is history, and they need to be taught what it was about and what we have been doing, trying to stop any further actions that occur. So we honor that day. Tomorrow tomorrow we will have a ceremony at 9 o'clock in front of City Hall. Well, I did send a letter to all the churches about ringing their bells on September 11th, and September 11th falls on a Sunday. Instead of interrupting church to do our ceremony, we're going to do it on Friday. So it'll be tomorrow. Whereas on September 11th, 2001, the American people endured with courage and heroism the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil in the nation's history. And whereas in response to this tragedy, Americans across the country came together in a remarkable spirit of patriotism and unity and carried out countless acts of kindness, generosity, and compassion. And whereas community organizations and family members of 9/11 victims began observing the anniversary of September 11th as a charitable service day to honor and remember those who were lost and those who united in response to the tragedy, including first responders and volunteers. And whereas participating in service and remembrance activities on September is a positive and respectful way to remember the lives of those lost, pay tribute to those who rose in service, and honor those who continue to serve our country today, including veterans, soldiers, military, families, and first responders. And whereas September 11th, National Day of Service and Remembrance activities are being organized by a wide range of nonprofits, faith-based and community groups, public agencies, educational institutes, private businesses, and other organizations across the nation. And whereas on September 11th, on the days leading up to and following this day, citizens of Lake Helen have an opportunity to participate in activities that honor 9/11 victims and honor heroes by joining together in service projects to meet community needs. Now therefore, the City Commission of Lake Helen, Florida, proclaims September 11th as a day of service and remembrance in Lake Helen and call upon the people of Lake Helen to honor the lives and memories of those lost through participation in community service and remembrance ceremonies on this day and throughout the year. In testimony thereof, we have hereunto set our hands and cause to be affixed to the Great Seal of the City of Lake Helen, the state of Florida, this 8th day of September 2022. Mayor, Vice Mayor Jim Connell, Commissioner Heather Rutledge, Commissioner Rick Basso, and myself.
And I would like to ask if we could bow our heads in a moment of silence in remembrance of this. Thank you. I did miss one item that I meant to ask for during the additions, deletions, and modifications. Agenda item 11 is the certificates of appropriateness, all of which are slated to, or asked to be approved by the Historic Preservation Board. Any of those need to be moved or to be discussed this evening? Not hearing, so is our representative from the Historic Preservation Board here? The reason I'm asking now is because I didn't want to make him wait until 11 o'clock and tell him we didn't really need to talk to him after all. But, okay. If he is here, he may be.
Mayor,
Yes.
didn't 10A get removed from the agenda per the request?
Yes, I'm sorry, thank you for mentioning that. 10A was removed by request for the people who had submitted that request. They've withdrawn the request for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just get Bonnie, remember Bonnie.
Yeah, we'll do it later. We'll do all of this stuff. Actually, we could do that now. So all the things that have been removed from the consent agenda and the approval of minutes, is there anything to be discussed on approval of minutes?
Yes, there was one item.
Well, then let's move that to the end of the meeting as well. Thank you. So that'll become, not the end of the meeting entirely, but that'll become 9D. Approval of minutes will become 9D. Thank you. Do I have a motion for the remaining items of the consent agenda to be passed?
You also move to move to approve the consent agenda for item 7A, item 7B, item 7C, item 7E, and item 7G. I would make that motion to approve those items as listed.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Connell, second from Commissioner Vasso to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries. Thank you for your tolerance, everyone. And we'll now move to the public hearing. Which I believe is why most of you are here.
Yes.
We now open the public hearing. Item 8A on our agenda. We'll begin with resolution 2022-05, adoption of assessment rates. Mr. City Attorney, would you like to introduce this, or Mr. City Administrator, whichever one of you would like to?
The way the law is written on the.
Could you, I'm sorry,
We can-
get right in your mic tonight because there's so many bodies.
Yeah, we're
Can
gonna,
you all do that tonight, please?
The way the law is written, and if you think about the process, these are the tentative rates and tentative budget. And I can read the statute, but basically it says you have a public hearing, and then after you have your public hearing, if necessary, you amend your budget. After you amend your budget, then you have to go in and amend your rates to reflect the budget amendments. So the way the law is written, I know these are identified as A, B, and C, 3 items, but I think the way the law is written is we need to have a discussion on all 3 at the public hearing. Then you go in and vote on them after your public hearing, because there may be changes to the budget, or changes to the rates that require changes to the budget. And if we approve them, then we gotta go back and reapprove. So my suggestion would be to have a public hearing on all 3 items, and then we'll go through the adoption process after we have a public hearing. Well, that's at the end of the public hearing.
Thank you. So we will begin with public comment on these items. Anybody who wants to address the commission, I was going to read this at the beginning. One moment, please. Persons desiring to address the commission must fill out and provide a yellow or blue form, be recognized before speaking. Persons are asked to come forward and speak from the podium, state their name and address, and direct all remarks to the commission as a body and not to individual members of the commission, staff, or audience. Citizen comments during each section of the agenda where public comments are allowed are asked to limit their discussion to 3 minutes. Large groups are asked to name a spokesperson. I don't know if you had a chance to do that or not, but you can self-appoint if you so desire. Everybody tonight who wishes to speak on these items will be heard. Okay, I will begin just, these kind of got jumbled a little, so there's no particular order. Danielle Schur and Todd Preston. I know I saw Todd. Hey, Todd. And I'll say this every time, if you would state your name and your address.
I'm Danielle Sir, here on behalf of Ivy Todd Charter School at 565 South Lakeview Drive. And we were here to talk about the assessment value on our property as it relates to stormwater, because we know that stormwater does run into the pond behind Lake Pond, excuse me, that is on private property at that time. So when the stormwater comes into our property, it does cause quite a bit of erosion and damage to our parking lot. So we are curious to know where the funding is going to help with that stormwater runoff on our private property. And that's kind of where we have the confusion for the extreme increase in our rates.
Okay, Mr. Preston?
Todd Preston, 352 Connecticut Avenue. The rates that were proposed for I-1 are almost a 500 or more % increase. I'm going from $4,000 to $20,000 for the stormwater. I just wanted to point out that there are no city-owned stormwater retention lands in that area that I'm aware of. I-1 owns about 17 acres, just a little bit less, and only about 7.5 that are developed. The other portion of it is the back part of the property, and it covers that entire pond back there. And that pond captures the runoff from Pleasant Avenue from Ohio down the street towards the back part of the property, and it captures the runoff from Lakeview, including the culvert that's across the street from the police station on the north side of the road. So we're already collecting the city's stormwater runoff. And I just want to point that out when you say we need to pay a 500% increase. That's all.
Thank you. I am going not to answer every question that's asked, because we do have a lot of people that want to speak. Doesn't mean I'm ignoring your question. It does mean we as a city have an obligation to get you answers to these questions, and we'll be doing that in a reasonable time frame. We'd like to have an additional conversation with you. So thank you. Bill Griffin? Sir, if you would state your name and address when you get the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Bill Griffin, and I live at 544 Volusia Avenue here in Lake County. I've been living here since 1976. Actually, a lot of changes in the town. My question is the new ad valorem tax. Is the new one, which is $611, on top of the already $565? Or is that just instead of? And then my next question is if it is going to make it $1,100, is that every year? Because I mean, that's almost 100% increase in our taxes. And every one of us in here knows what inflation's done to everybody this year. And I personally am retired and live on a budget. My mother, which lives next door, is 93. She gets $1,000 a month Social Security. And if she's got to come up with an extra $600 for taxes, that's going to devastate. I want to know, are we going to have to pay $1,100 in taxes to Lake Helen this year, or is it going to be the $611?
That's a good question. As I said, we'll look at the exact specifics of it. We can give you an answer. We will give you an answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, so a lot of people obviously want that particular thing addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't understand. It just sounds like a wave of noise. And I'm not being mean. I'm just saying I can't do it. That's what I was fixing to do, and y'all are starting to rumble and not let me talk. So I'm gonna talk, and I'm trying to give straight answers. We all are. We always will, I believe. This is a little bit confusing this year. We had our regular ad valorem taxes submitted to the county, and then we had a few things hit us. That are pass-throughs, that we have to collect. The simplest one to discuss is garbage collection. Garbage collection had a huge increase this year. Our company, Waste Pro, has been with this city for 17, 18 years at least, and has done a good job for us. They're good partners in working for the city. I don't think that they're trying to rip us off. We've seen what's happened across the nation, across this county. It's easy for us to check rates across the county and to verify what's going on when a business like Waste Pro comes to us and says they need this large increase. Then we, the city, we have we really only have one choice, and that's we could put it out to bid, which we don't really have time for, because this caught us at a bad time. Now, let me say, for the past 17 years, we've been, as I said, working with the same company. It's been an easy thing to continue that contract. And this year, it didn't work quite the same way because of the increase. It did not fit into the regular adjustment allowed into county taxes. That won't work. I'm sorry. I know, it'll get out of control if they try and do that. And sir, please, I don't want to have to call people out of order, but I do need to be able to speak. And I'm trying to answer a question, sir. Sir, I am not going to have dialogue with individual people that are not at the podium. I'm not going to do it. It will break down. It will not work. I'm not going to do it. It's my job to run this meeting. I'm going to run as best I can. This won't work.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
When you come up, I'll dialogue with you.
Yes, sir.
I think, Mary Lee, it will be helpful for me personally, and I imagine most of those folks out there, is that when we have a question being raised in which resolution, I think it'd be helpful to have a title or some type of, something to tell me, because the previous gentleman, Mr. Griffin, I understand he's talking about his taxes, 600 versus 1,100, but I don't know what in all due respect, sir, I didn't get.
I didn't either.
And I think we need to pause and to be sure we know the issue.
Well, that's what I was.
Get the question and then address the question as best as we can. And then I also have a procedural question here for staff, is that as we get these questions answered to some part, we're going to have to be able to disseminate this information out to the public and to us as well too. I don't know if some of these questions are all going to be able to be answered tonight in terms of the time we have in which to do the meeting. And we want to be diligent in providing answers because the public deserves them. It deserves us to be transparent. But at the same time, there's a thing in scouting where I used to do like this, and I would bring a room quiet. So I'm not doing that, but we have to be able to converse and try to do our absolute best and respect each other in our questions and answers. So I just need to know a little bit more about each question coming in, sir.
Well, I was told by the city attorney that we need to have public discussion on all
I agree.
of these at the same time,
Right.
and then we need to vote on them all at the end of that discussion.
But each time a member of the public comes in, I'd like to go ahead and kind of dial that particular question in amongst those three resolutions.
I will open that when I see it's a need, which is what I did this time. I don't want to do it every time. We've got about 30 people that want to speak. That's about an hour and a half of straight speaking if we don't ask questions.
We're gonna have to do it.
And that's fine. That's why we're here. But my answer there was going to be, it's trying to add clarity, is that we put our notices through to the county. Some of these assessments are through on the county tax bill, as they always have been on the ad valorem tax bill. Some of them did not make the cutoff for that ad valorem tax, so we are simply billing them directly from the city to the citizens. So the ones that are being billed directly to you are on top of what's on the ad valorem tax. I don't know the numbers you were referencing, and that's what I don't want to do is answer everybody's specific tax question. We may have to at some point, but, let's save some of that towards the end, and hopefully we'll get your questions answered. I'm not running you away. I just don't want to answer specific numbers that don't apply to the city as a whole first. Yes, sir. Commissioner
It seems like there's a lot of beating around the bush going on. And the administration, all of us up here on this end, screwed up. We didn't meet the deadlines. We didn't meet the deadlines, and it's our fault, and we shouldn't be asking you guys to pay for it, but something that is coming up, and hopefully when all the public hearing part of it is over with, it will get addressed properly.
Amen.
Mayor? Yes, sir. Can I? Sure.
The first two questions were, I think, illustrated the difficulties of tonight. We're talking about four things. We're talking about fines and fees. We're talking about millage, which is ad valorem tax. We're talking about the budget. We're talking about assessments. Assessments are non-ad valorem taxes. Millage affects the ad valorem taxes. The budget contains all three, as the city attorney says. The public has the right to speak on the millage. The millage is one factor of two that determine the taxes everybody will pay. By taxes, ad valorem taxes. Taxes you deduct from your income tax. And it's made of two parts. One is the millage that the city council commission has a right to set. And that is the same rate that has been in effect now for 30 years. It has not gone up. The second part of it is the value of your property. The value of your property is determined by the property appraisers, not by the city. If that property value has gone up, you will pay more taxes. Not because of the city, but because the value of your property is going up. The assessments, there are three. There's a fire assessment for the services of the county for fire protection. There's a stormwater, which you will hear more about, and there is garbage collection. The garbage collection contract expired, actually will expire, on September 30th of this year. At one point, I wanted to write an RFP so we would have our own price for garbage collection that we would competitively seek. We did not have time to do that. And because we did not have time, please, because we did not have time to do that, we went out in a perfectly acceptable form to seek what's called a piggyback bid. Other cities in our similar situation have gone out with competitive bids, sought garbage collection contracts, and we selected one, a city that is identical size, or very close to our identical size, our composition of residential versus commercial, and density of housing. That determines they're going to pick up just about the same amount of garbage that would come from our city. That particular city is Ponce Inlet. Now, Ponce Inlet, of course, is a very wealthy community. Everybody will say, oh, that's what they pay for. No, they pay actually a very competitive rate because of the composition of that city. Now, there are cities that pay less. They pay less, Daytona Beach is a good example, because they have a very commercial base. The commercial base determines, to some degree, how much the residential will pay. As you might imagine, the costs are heavily weighted toward the commercial, so that the residential are alleviated of some of those costs of collection. We don't have that luxury. And it's one of the things that sets us apart from the community. We enjoy our residential nature, but it has drawbacks. That particular price is the price that is set for the assessment. That's the number we're talking about today. Now, the 20th or the 18th of, excuse me, let me start again. 2018, there was a resolution adopted 2018-7, which set the limits on all three of those assessments that we could charge. The limit for the fire protection was well within that range that was adopted in 2018. That then went completely on the property appraiser's list of collection. The next number was garbage collection. Garbage collection is about 40% more than we had been paying. And because of that, we could not charge on the property appraiser's way of collecting that full amount. We had to establish a separate collection method, which is a bifurcated method, not necessarily unique, not necessarily common either. And we are then going to be sending out bills for that extra amount. We pay part of it through the property tax collection method and part of it through individual invoices from the city. The next one is stormwater. Stormwater has traditionally been at the rate of $37 per household. We had a limit in the resolution of $41, and then it's going on the tax collector's process. The difference will go on invoices from this particular city. That's how we will collect our assessments. So the assessments, you cannot say anybody is paying anything because somebody screwed up. Nobody screwed up. Yes, we have the luxury. Yes, we would have loved to have the luxury of our own numbers, but we have competitively bid numbers gone through the same process that we would use. And if you look at the numbers from other cities, all of them are up dramatically from what they have traditionally been. We had a guest speaker this year at last meeting who helped explain to the commission why those numbers were so elevated. And the same reasons we see them personally. The cost of the personnel, the cost of diesel fuel, the cost of the trucks themselves. The trucks themselves are anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 a piece. And so, you what? You can't hear?
I don't know. I heard a wave of noise. Ladies and gentlemen, I heard a wave of noise. It just isn't helpful. We can't answer you. It's not because I don't want to. I can't understand when I hear a big wave of noise. I did hear that. They were having difficulty hearing.
I am looking closer to myself. Anyway, so yes, it would have been nice to have our own rates. We have competitively bid rates. These are not rates that were dictated by negotiation, by the company, by the city. These are negotiated, these are competitively bid rates we are using for next year on a 1-year only contract. In that year, we will first go to negotiation. If we cannot come up with a satisfactory contract with the company, incidentally, there is a good deal of good feelings for the company, Voice Pro, that they have been doing a traditionally good job for us. So we would like to stay with that company, but if they can't give us the rates we want, we will go to a competitive bid, and we may very well not have the same company because another company will underbid their price. And that's just the way it works. I think, again, what I really want to emphasize though, there are ad valorem rates and there are assessments. The assessments this year will be partially reflected through the tax bills, but they're not taxes, they're assessments. And there are different deadlines. I saw something that the assessment should have been in by January 1. Well, we have nothing to do with setting the property tax values, which were due on January 1. Our assessment rates had to be in by August 2nd, and they were actually in on August 1st. So, with that said, perhaps we'll have some of this cleared up in future speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Again, just trying to get through this as best we can. I'm really not trying to be adversarial. I promise you that. Jennifer Ball. If you would please state your name and address.
Jennifer Mullen, 271 West New York Avenue. I just had a couple questions. I reached out I actually wrote an email to the city administrator with no reply. So I reached out to the tax collector on Monday, and I got a reply that, when you guys sent out those letters, and it says at the bottom that you're gonna turn it over to the tax collector, and that we're gonna all have names on our houses if we don't pay that tax. Is that true? I mean, because the tax collector said they're not gonna consume and assume the responsibility of collecting debt that the city has put on.
Mr. Administrator, you can answer that one there.
I will be happy to answer that one. The invoice method that I described a few minutes ago, and let me say it's certain from the tax collector method of collecting assessments, the invoice method we will use in addition to that, do not have a high rate of return. Typically, only 70 to 80% of the citizens will pay the assessment. The next year, the tax collector, even though they have said they will not assume the liability for collecting non-paid assessments, has by law the mandatory obligation of collecting assessments from previous years that have not been paid. And I've talked with Flags this afternoon to our special counsel in Tallahassee, who does nothing but assessment work across the state. And he says he's already had about 5 cases he's tried in his career. All of them are tax collectors who did not want to collect, that's misspoke. Tax collectors don't do anything unless the property appraiser gives them the material to work with. The tax collector really has a very isolated role. So when I say tax collector, it's really property appraiser. The property appraiser have not in some cases wanted to fulfill that function, but by law they must.
So you are saying that the amounts owed by our residents, they will be picked up by the property appraiser working in concert with the tax collector to where our residents will see these uncollected amounts on fiscal year 2022, 2023, or 2023, 2024?
23, 24.
So the amounts that are owed, and I want to be clear, because I'm trying to make it simple for me, because it's tough to understand, and I'm not that smart about these things, honestly. I'll tell you that right now, because that's why I have to get to the point where I can help explain it. To be clear, the amounts owed by the residents after this, I don't even know what to call it, after this assessment, they're going to be assumed by the property appraiser and tax collector for the fiscal year 2023, 2024 on the tax bills our residents will receive. They are not going to be owing the city of Lake Calhoun personally.
Let me.
Can you help me with that?
Let me help understand. One of the things that I think is really helpful for everybody to understand, we have 2 issues here. One is, how did the amount of the assessment come about? That dollar amount, that's one issue. The other issue is, how do you collect that dollar amount? Totally separate issue.
I'm about collect.
Okay. So, and let me expand on a little bit of what Lee said. When we establish, the city has done a fire and stormwater assessment for a long time. Predates me. And when you have an assessment, there's 2 ways you can collect an assessment. One is by putting the assessment on the tax bill, or the other is you send an invoice to the property owner, and there's a special statute where it can become a lien, and you can foreclose that lien. Those are the 2 options that you have to collect an assessment. You can also collect, this is a different issue, you don't have to collect these revenues by assessment. The city chose to do that. You can always decide to collect these by user fees. Stormwater and garbage are typically collected by user fees, put on utility bills, sent out monthly or quarterly, whenever the utility bills go out. When I looked on the tax appraiser's website, 6 of the 17 local governments in Volusia County, I include the county in that, that's why it's 17, use the non-ad valorem, the property tax bill way of collecting the assessment. All the other cities do collect garbage. So the other 2/3, more or less, either collect it through the assessment by leaning, sending the bill, leaning the property, if it's not paid, or they collect it as a user fee. In around 2018, the city chose to get out of the county's fire district, create a special assessment, fire assessment, and go into contract with the county for services. And the assessment pays for that contract amount with the county. We hired a firm, city hired a firm to set up that whole assessment. And one of the things they set up also was when you go through the assessment, when you put the assessment on the tax bill, it's statutorily regulated on the steps you have to follow and the notices you have to give. In 2018, we adopted a resolution that said, as long as these assessments do not increase beyond a certain amount, the fire assessment was set at a specific dollar amount, the stormwater and the garbage were set at a CPI. And as long as annually we do not exceed that CPI, or on the fire we didn't ever exceed that fixed dollar amount, we did not have to send out a separate notice of the increase. We go forward with the increases that, the notice that we normally get. 2019, we were within those increases, no special notice. 2020, within those set increases allotment, no special notice. 2021, same thing. 2022 comes along, and all of a sudden, two of our assessments are increasing more than what the 2018 resolution said we could increase it by, without doing an additional notice. We city contacted the property appraiser's office, provided the information about these are our increases. That's when the property appraiser came back and said, wait a minute, you're increasing beyond what your 2018 resolution notice would cover. You have to do an additional notice. The consulting attorney we used contacted and said, well, most jurisdictions use the notice that's in the trim bill as that notice, which this was included and the amount was included in the trim bills. Why can't we do that here? And our property appraiser tax director said, no, we have an agreement with the cities, they can't do that. I read the agreement, I don't see that in there, but regardless, they're saying we cannot use their property tax bill to collect the entire amount. Anything that goes above the amount set in that 2018 resolution, we cannot include on the tax bill because we didn't send out a separate notice of that increase. So we have to default back to the alternative way of collecting the assessment for the balance, the amount over the increase that's allowed by the 2018 resolution, by sending out the invoice to the individuals. Now, under the law, property appraisers, when you use the non-ad valorem assessment process, as long as you follow all the statutory requirements, the courts have said it is a ministerial duty. The property appraiser has to put it on the tax bill. They don't have discretion to decide what will or will not go on the tax bill. According to Lee, in his conversations, the property appraiser, tax assessor has had some resistance to putting any unpaid bills from, if we send out an invoice and it goes unpaid for this year, he has some hesitation about putting that on next year's tax bill. We may need to have further discussions with him, and that may all work out. So when you say, will the property appraiser assume the bill? No, they're not assuming it. They're not going to pay it. I mean, it's a collection method. We are using the tax bill as a way of collecting it. There's another avenue. We can put that overage, if you will, the excess, as a lien on the property and try to collect it that way. So what we're talking about is how do we collect money that is owed to the city? The property appraiser is not assuming the responsibility for the debt.
The unpaid assessment
Right.
is going to be placed onto the 2023, 2024 tax year bill.
That could be our goal. If there's an unpaid assessment.
To answer a portion of your question.
So I'm just trying to figure out, if that's the case, it goes above and beyond our ordinance. Are we making a new ordinance for the city?
It's not going above and beyond our ordinance. It's the ordinance creates the right to do the assessment. The amount of the assessment is set each year. And so when you use the property tax bill to collect the assessment, there are notices that are required to be given to use that. And you have to sometimes, if you increase your assessment, you have to send out a notice as if you're doing it for the first time, because that is in essence a new assessment.
So at the last meeting, when the commission decided to up the stormwater $200 in one sitting, that was their choice. They decided to do it, they voted on it.
Well,
That was brought up,
they haven't done it yet. That's what this is to do. It's a discussion.
and they decided on that number. Where did that number come from? And where is all that money gonna go?
Well, those are two different questions that
Right, I get
they can address.
I get it, I'm just trying to figure out, and I think everybody is now we have this assessment that's gonna go on our tax bill next year. And then you can also up it the maximum of what is in your ordinance again next year, correct? So we could be in the same situation again, to where you can go and up it again every single year when you up it.
The assessment can be increased each year.
Every year, we set an assessment.
They said.
Always have.
Right, this year it's just an astronomical assessment on top of what the base minimum was that was in our ordinance, correct?
There was no base minimum in the ordinance. There was the right to do assessments.
Right.
And the amount of the assessment gets set every year. Now, the assessment hasn't been adjusted in a long time, but it's not, the ordinance doesn't say, you can only do this amount, this is what our base assessment is. It's set every year. The notice says, we don't have to do an annual notice of an additional increase as long as the notice does not increase beyond a certain amount each year. Once it increases beyond that amount, then we have to go through a statutory notice process to utilize the property tax bill to collect the assessment.
So I have one more question, and this is just a basic question of I think everybody's envelopes were post-dated we received them before the letter was actually dated. The letter was dated August 18th, and we received them on August 15th. How does that occur? And why is that? The letter that we got from the city that said, you're gonna owe this tax, and they can only be 20 days out from that date. Why did we receive them and they were post-dated for August 15th, but the letter inside was dated August 18th?
We obviously got it out earlier than we thought.
What was that?
The answer was, we got the letters out more quickly than we expected to. It's not, again, these dates are not, Mr. Mitchell, go ahead.
Just lost it. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I think it's important to note too, when you talk about ad valorem taxes, which are property taxes, which you're traditionally paying through the property appraiser and the tax collecting process, that's not changed. But those funds can be used for anything in the city. Those are general fund monies that can go for the police department, go for the streets and roads, and parks, and whatever. There is no obligation to use them for any particular function. Assessments can only be used for the purpose of whatever type of assessment it is. In other words, all the stormwater money can only be used for stormwater repair, construction, and the like. None of our personnel are paid out of assessments. Assessments are only for the specific purpose of fire, garbage, or stormwater, and only for the collection of garbage, the fighting the fires through the contract with the county, or for stormwater, for maintenance, design, construction of new stormwater facilities. Thank you.
Most of you were not here at the meeting where we discussed the stormwater assessments. So I'm going to address that for just a minute, and then we'll resume public comment. The stormwater, over the past 3 years, I asked for this number from the staff. Over the past 3 years, we spent an average of $330,000 a year on stormwater projects within the city. We budgeted $60,000 a year. 60,000 versus 330.
Wow.
Well, the budget's based on the assessment for time. Your stormwater assessment.
So,
Can you answer a question for me then?
no, I'll go get back to you, I'm sorry, but I want to finish my thought.
You with this directly.
I want to finish my thought. And yes, I will certainly. So we had a difference between the 60,000 that we had on the budget for those, I believe each of those 3 years approximately, and the 330 that we were actually spending. As a new mayor, this is my first budget. I believe that discrepancy should be addressed. I brought it to the commission, we discussed it. This is where we started, this $200 is where we started the discussion, basically. We're having these public meetings now to continue that discussion. This is a number that is, I want to say it's like an opening bid, but that's not the right way to put it. It's where we start the discussion. It gives us the ability to create a stormwater system in a town that basically does not have one. Because we haven't created a modern stormwater system in this town. Several of our residents are suffering because we haven't created a stormwater system in this town. And it will get nothing but worse, I believe, if we do not. We have a right as a city to not do anything and just let the people who suffer sue us. I guess we could do that. But I don't think that would be appropriate. I was elected as mayor because I told y'all I would try and do what's right by this city, try and make it an operational, business-like city. I'm doing my best to do that. As I said, this $200 amount was where we opened discussions. We are having discussions tonight. We'll have another meeting where we will discuss that amount. It is not set in stone. It probably will change some. I believe it's accurate. I believe it may even be a little bit low. But the simple fact that we ignored it for a long time doesn't mean we can continue to ignore it, in my opinion. So that's a little bit about stormwater assessment and why it's so high now. And to assure you that it is still in the works, and we're doing that work right now. Mr. Eckert, thank you very much for your patience.
I wish that Zach, our accountant, was here to answer this question, because you're stating that our average was $300,000 for the last 3 years.
That's what, yes,
Okay.
of what we actually spent on projects.
For the budget year 2021, 2022, our original budget for stormwater, according to Tyler, our accounting program, if I understand this right, was $729,000 at the beginning. And at the end, it's $729,000. Not a bit of it was used. So if Zach could answer that question, it would be a great benefit to us.
Yes, it would. I don't know that number, and I can't answer that question either.
That's a screenshot of the page right there.
I believe you. I got no problem with what you're showing me. I just am not familiar with it. You can't answer that. Zach, our CPA, is out of town on a family medical emergency. He was very sincerely regretful of his not being able to be here this evening. And we've got to have this meeting regardless. And I don't have an answer to that.
I believe.
Mr. Administrator.
The actual cost of the stormwater project for the 3 years was $1.2 million. The $900,000 was general fund money we used, the balance of grants. And grants, I think is what Commissioner Eckert is referring to. The grants were already appropriated into it. At least that's my estimation of what I did. The actual cost for stormwater projects over 3 years is $1.2 million. This particular year coming up is the first year we will not have to dip into reserves to pay for the operation of the city. So it gives you some indication. We're actually doing very well, but we still need to work on a stormwater system, we need to pick up the garbage, and we need to put out fire.
Do you want to follow up on your questions there on that?
I would have to ask Zach about this because it gives you the title of the program. I'm still learning the system.
Well, and as I said, this is the first of 2 public hearings on this, so there will be opportunity to ask that. And I pray that Zach will be here at that meeting. We'll get that question in advance so he can give us out of this as well.
Another thing I'm going to save a lot of people's time and everything is, attorney, is it appropriate to have a motion now?
I think what I would do is finish public hearing and then have a motion on each item separately to approve it. I would not try to, some people will make a motion and have the public hearing to discuss the motion. But in this particular case, I certainly would not cut off public comment.
Well, the motion I want to make, if it gets approved, will eliminate the resolution 2205.
Which was,
Adoption of assessment rates.
Assessment rate.
but you couldn't make it. Why don't you discuss what your motion is, and we can kind of figure out if you have support for it. I mean, I don't know that you can completely.
Why do you want to make a motion now as opposed to after public?
The state a lot of, because a lot of people want to have answers done, and a lot of the people are on fixed incomes, and they can't afford this big of an increase, and I have a way to work around it.
That's my problem is, I don't disagree with with what you're trying to do at all.
Okay. Let me go into what my proposal is.
Let me say one thing, where I was going, where I was interrupted. What I'm wondering is, we have to allow every person to speak. How is it going to speed that up?
We can ask if anybody still wants to talk, and they can have their names removed.
Okay, if you believe the board, I will defer to your motion.
So what's your plan?
We have the ARPA funds. It was sent out a list to want to do with it. Most of the majority of the people said use it for the water system infrastructure. My proposal is that for the 22-23 tax roll, the next one coming up, that the city use the ARPA funds to cover the costs of the overages for the garbage collection and the stormwater assessment fees, to negotiate for new garbage services, and to have workshops to set stormwater fees in the future.
I second that.
While it is an elegant maneuver, while it is.
Just a moment, sir. We have a motion on the floor that the 2022-2023 tax assessment be paid by the ARPA monies? It will be subsidized by there, and that then to cover the cost of the garbage and stormwater assessments. The overages over the tax category, over that?
Over what comes on the tax bill.
Okay.
The majority of it is what it's ends up being.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'd like a breakdown on that, if you don't mind, to the exact numbers, so I can think about it more on this thing.
I want to second the motion just for discussion purposes.
We have a motion from Commissioner Eckert, second from Commissioner Basso, to cover the overages in the garbage and stormwater assessments using the ARPA monies for the 2022-2023 tax year.
I'd like to say.
1 second, anything? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Basso.
On the discussion. Anybody's been paying attention to me over the last 15 years when I'm doing this job. Anyone that's been paying attention to me over the last 15 years I've been doing this job knows that this is a drum that I've been beating forever.
Our stormwater system in the city is inadequate. We have no sanitary sewer, and we're staring at new state mandates coming up that we're gonna have to do something about. There is a plethora of infrastructure needs that we have. We have choice to try to pay these absorbent extras that has been precipitated by this very unusual time that we're living in. This is nothing that the city of Lake Helen did anything wrong. None of you did anything wrong, none of us did anything wrong. We have got runaway inflation. We have got jobs that are just difficult to fill because of the rates that we have to pay every day. And so the ultimate cost to the people who live in this community has to be borne by all of us. Now, do we do it quickly? Do we do it slowly? It's always more reasonable to do it slowly. We should have been doing it for a long time.
Amen.
We should have, but we weren't, and it wasn't being done. So one of the things that Roger said about doing it with the ARPA funds, various funds available right now, that money would take the sting out of what they're all feeling right now. This will be revisited again next year. It's not going away. Our needs are still there. The needs to fund it are still going to be there. There will not be additional ARPA money next year to pay this. What it will do, it gives us a year, okay, to talk about it, to look at our city. What are our needs? What are our stormwater needs? You heard people from Ivy Pond. The water goes into ours, and you don't have a retention pond. Yes, they're telling us exactly what the problems are. How do we fix the problems? It has to be funded. So I'm inclined to do what Roger wants to do, because it takes the shock out of it for all of us. And I'm okay with shocking people. I get shocked all the time. My wife is just tickled with me when I go home and say, guess what, I'm gonna raise your taxes again. So it's not like we're immune to the decisions we make. We feel them too. So with that said, there are a mountain of things that created where we're at today. And I would have liked to be able to have spent this money doing capital improvement stuff in our community. But if this is where we need to spend it today, to give all of our constituents a year to start looking at what's in front of us, okay? Because we're going to be back next year, same time, and the problem's not going away. That's all I have.
This is a temporary solution, Commissioners. And it does, Roger, make for an elegant Band-Aid. That's essentially what it is. We have to revisit this. We will have to revisit this. I think some of the strategies up here, since we knew it was going to be negatively received, is to get it all out there in front of everyone. But, our stormwater assessments for years and years and years have been the same. We've been paying stormwater improvements out of general reserves and still managing to balance the budget. The fire services fees we knew were coming in, but honestly enough, the fire service assessments are lower than what the citizens would be paying still on the tax bill right now. So we've had a good success with that. The Waste Pro agreement, no matter how it happened, we should have negotiated this out 6, 7, 8 months ago. I get that part, and I agree, and I brought it up at the last meeting, and I simply called out the administrator and trying to figure out how we got to that point. But that being said, the rates that we're charging for the Waste Pro, that would have been in the negotiated rate going forward had we got the timing of the agreement right. And in essence, and in a way, giving us another year on the Waste Pro agreement has actually strengthened our position to negotiate this rate, the same rate that we were given for the next 5 to 10 years. So while it was upside down how we got there, we were going to have an increase in our garbage collection. No question about that. None. No question. So we missed the train on that in the terms of the timing, but it doesn't, in my mind, change the rate. Now back to Roger's motion. I tend to agree. I like what Heather asked, before we actually go to that, what those numbers would actually look like for the community and us. We're taxpayers up here too. But keep in mind, folks, whether I'm elected this year or not, or Roger and I are elected this year or not, this discussion will come up again, for sure. We are upside down on stormwater. We are upside down on stormwater. Fire services will work. We'll get the waste code figured out. It's going to be at this rate, if not better, actually. Depends what the economy does and trucking. I mean, everybody knows in the trucking business, I've had to double some of my costs with county governments. It's incredible what some of the costs I've had to double. And I get pushed back all the time. And what I'm going to do, I can't provide the services if I don't get paid for it. I won't do it for free. And I can't do it at a loss because our shareholders won't allow it. So I'm okay with that. As long as everybody knows this is just a temporary Band-Aid to help everybody out. We all know our costs are going up across the board on fixed incomes. The fixed incomes are even more adversely affected because they're not going to have any other money coming in. They're going to have to get rid of something or minimize something here to go ahead and pay for that. So your solution is really going to help those folks out. And honestly, I'm going to use me as an example. I can afford it. But that doesn't mean it's right for all of us, right? I can afford it. But there's folks out there that can't, and I have to I've got to be aware of that. And I think that's important to consider that solution. But it is a Band-Aid, folks. It's a slippery slope because we're going to use these ARPA funds that we were going to use to help improve the facilities. We're park rich. We don't have a lot of businesses here in town. We were going to use that to improve our police force. We were going to use that to help. Just let me finish. I know y'all going to disagree one way or the other, but the police force needs other equipment. We have a lot of complaints about speeding in town. There's things that we could do with these funds to help improve the quality of life in this town. But what is more important? Is it more important going ahead and mitigating some increased expenses and using these funds that we were going to use to grow the community? Or is it better to go ahead and use these funds to mitigate a personal expense of a service, of an assessment that is not going away?
At least folks wouldn't be blindsided.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
At least folks wouldn't be blindsided by some of this.
Exactly.
Right, I have to agree with you there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Khan, and thank you, Mr. Basso. Mr. Acker, do you wish to speak in favor of your motion?
Jim Thomas, correct. This is a Band-Aid for this year. That is why I included in the motion the ointment to help correct the problem for next year, which is the negotiations and have the workshops to discuss the stormwater issues in Lake County and what we actually need to set the fees for. So even though using the funds this year is a Band-Aid, I did put an ointment on it. And it's going to use, I estimated up about $500,000 of the ARPA funds to be able to cover this issue. The exact figures, like Heather mentioned, I would like to know, but Zach's not here to give me those answers. So I hope that they'll have those answers from them.
And fortunately,
I think we should put those answers in perhaps an email or whatever form you would like. Get those questions to the finance director and have those numbers available for the next meeting.
Yes,
Mr. Rutledge, did you wish to speak to this motion?
Yeah, I was just wondering if it's going to take all of the money, if it wouldn't be better to take, and I know this is an unpopular opinion, but to leave the waste pro on there, because that's one that is due to inflation, that's not, you know, the stormwater. So
The garbage is
I'd like to
completely
see
due
the
to
figures.
inflation increased costs, yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see the figures before I make any decision. But I mean, it is a happy decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Rutledge. Being the,
I just want to start one thing, a legal procedural thing out. When you said your tentative, today's tentative millage assessments, the next meeting will be final, and I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench in this, but if you lower, whatever you set today, you can always decrease further tomorrow, next meeting, you cannot increase the next meeting.
Right.
So if the numbers come back and you say, well, if I'd known that, I would have done something different, you can't. So whatever you set on that today is the maximum it can be set at, it can still be lower next week. So you know that.
So you want, so I'll table the motion until we get the
I'm not
assessment
saying do
rates.
that, because I might not be able to be more alive. So
I want to come back to that.
I just think procedurally, whatever you set it at tonight is going to be
Yeah,
capped.
but we can, since we've got that leeway of time, I can table the motion for now, and we can bring it up.
But you still have
Do
to
it
adopt,
next
you
meeting.
still have to adopt the tentative though, which is what's being proposed, and you can change that, but if you gotta adopt something tonight that's tentative. Then we'll have the final hearing later this month, and you can always lower it then. But, and I'm not saying not to do it, I just don't want you to, come back next meeting and try to increase it. And it's either you can't do it or.
My proposal was to make this the final thing, that would cover all the overages, so.
But the trouble is with that, though, you didn't have the math to help support it. And that's very important to me to vote, because I have to know the math and how this looks for us and for them 12 months from now when we visit this.
well, we'll have to know the math in order to pass the resolution. We've got to have the exact amount. I would like to address this motion as well. And I am not going to yell over everybody. This is the only tool I've been given. This is the only tool I've been given as mayor. That and a pen. I can sign resolutions and I can bang this guy. I don't have any other options. I have a right to talk. I have an obligation to talk and explain things as best I can. I've been shouted down before. It's not helping. It didn't help night before last. It's not going to help tonight. I'm going to say what I need to say.
So am I.
When it's your turn, precisely. When it's your turn, precisely.
Yes, sir. I'm like you, I got all that.
You don't have the right to be out of order in this proceeding. You have the right to be here, you have the right to speak when recognized. You don't have the right to be out of order. I have an obligation to the city. I do. I have an obligation to the city, I'm trying to fulfill that. My comments are going to be on this motion. I understand that this is about a Band-Aid with a salve, and I appreciate that. I do. I understand that this is a shock to the system of the city, a shock to all of us. This stormwater assessment, and particularly garbage and stormwater assessments rising so much, is a real shock to our budgets, to our sensibilities. There's no question about that. I do believe that taking the ARPA money is simply robbing Peter to pay Paul. The ARPA money is going to be used, we weren't going to just waste it away, we were going to use it for the city. That's what it was given to us for. It was also given to us for some of the impacts of the COVID pandemic. That was the origin of all that ARPA money. So it does make sense to apply it to this in many ways. I think we need to get the math, as we've said, and I appreciate your motion to table. Technically, a motion to table goes without discussion. So all in favor of tabling this motion to the next meeting, to the next public hearing on this, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So this motion will be addressed at the next public hearing. And you've heard what each commissioner has had to say on it. The math will be available at the next meeting, and it will be clear as to exactly what the motion means, and the impact it will have.
Well, just as an added note,
Mhm.
the reason why I brought up the ARPA funds is because the overages are a direct result of the domino effect of the COVID era.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
The ARPA funds can be used to correct the problem for now.
Well, we actually do have the ability to use those ARPA funds in any way we see fit, but this does have a direct lineage from that, and it makes perfect sense. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your understanding. We will hear all of you this evening. Ms. Robbins, I asked you to hold, and you did very graciously. You are the next. Please state your name and address.
Ann Robbins, 129 Maple Lane. I come before you tonight as a former employee, 29 and a half years, as the former finance director, and as the city commissioner and vice mayor of this town for 8 years. Some of these things I just do not understand. The special assessment, is this going to be outsourced? Another item on the budget is going to be outsourced? If you do this, ARPA money to comprehend. The contract for the garbage is up on September 30th. You're going to have to give them the rates by January 1st of next year. So you're going to have to start meeting to decide what the rates are going to be after. Why couldn't you just have told the garbage company, look, we've already submitted our rates for this year. We cannot go any higher. I gave each one of you 2 copies of the article in the Ocala Banner in regard to assessments. City of Ocala is very large compared to us. They are now looking at having to pay back $80 million because it was not done correctly. I feel all of this was not done correctly either. I don't know where were the projects that we talked about in the stormwater? I have many, many questions. This is not Lake Helen. This is Lake Helen, DC, folks.
What'd you call it?
I don't know.
What was that, Ms. Robbins? What'd you call it?
Lake Helen what?
Honestly, I didn't hear you. I didn't understand you. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Lake Helen, DC.
DC.
Sign it and then read it. Who else did it? Let's call it.
Referring to the swamp. Oh.
Oh.
That's a dirty pool.
I gotta go ahead and vote on it before I can read
Low, low.
it. Right.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, I get it then.
Well, if you want to hit below the belt, there is actually, I will say that everybody has a right to speak, and as it has been determined by the Supreme Court, there is no obligation for you to be nice. You can tell us what you believe, and we have to hear it. Calling us DC is about as low as it gets, and yours is my book. I understand that, and I appreciate how you're saying it. Ms. Bassett.
Yes. Has the city attorney had an opportunity to look at these and see if what Mrs. Robinson's talking about is apples to apples? Because I read it, and I don't think that it is, but. Okay. Well,
We will share that with the city.
And what I will tell you is, as I said, following not just the assessments, but also the collection process under state law to use the property tax bill, you have to follow the law. And if you don't follow the law, then you can have invalid assessments.
Right.
And so that may be what that is talking to. I don't know.
That's exactly what they're saying. They did not follow the law. I believe we are.
It was a user fee issue added on to the tax.
Yeah,
There's 2
there was one
points.
recently, I mean, there was one that had a case where they.
There's no way it
didn't
should.
notice the increase, and the court came back and said it's a new assessment, and because it was a new assessment, it had to be noticed, and then, so they invalidated the increase. And I forget the name of that case, it was kind of a landmark case related to this issue. So, that's why you want to be very careful. And honestly, I would suggest this city, over the next year or less, give consideration, do you still want to use this assessment process to collect? There's pluses and minuses.
Absolutely want to address all of that, because you're right, having a bifurcated system, what we're doing this year, is certainly adding to confusion. And I think there may be a better way to do this, more clear to the citizens. Also, another benefit to that would be is ad valorem taxes, and the whole tax bill is a once a year bill. If we do the billing ourselves, we could do it either quarterly or monthly, and spread that out. It makes it much more, much easier on most people's budgets. Mr. Cook, you are next.
When we get the numbers, Mr. Mayor, that next week, can we look at, what the cost of fuel, what the inflation was, and, what the three things that have affected, our costs right now, labor. Yeah, labor, fuel, and inflation. When we sat down and did this budget, a year ago, for the current one that we're in. And so we can look at what we were looking at as timestamp 12, 14 months ago, what the reality is and where it's going. And I think that will shine light on how radical it is and why what we're doing seems to be radical.
Mr. Cook, if you would state your name and address, and
My name is Alan B. Cook, 792 Oak Tree Lane. Now, here's the thing that's been driving me up the wall, and that is, we can take the garbage part out, just stay on the stormwater. Because like Jim says, here's the biggest thing, there's cost factors in a business to run a business, all right? But the big thing nobody sees here is when I originally made a contract with Waste Pro way back, and every time we've redone it, we've done it on a 5-year basis. Now, here's the problem. Everybody, oh my, look at the prices going up. But you know what? We've been paying the same damn price for 5 years. And it hasn't gone up or nothing. So you take that price and against what we're trying to do today, it's a big, big difference. And let me tell you something, those people have been wonderful, and even Lee will tell you, they work with us, they stay with us and everything else. And I really think that the biggest thing is, when they say do a 5-year contract with us, that's where we're staying at. Everybody's going, oh, it's so much. Well, after 5 years, don't you think it should be? I think it should be.
It's a rate that was established 5 years ago. And so since then, that actual rate, if you were to look at it in terms of CPI, that rate would be about $65 actually.
That's about it.
And we're not anywhere near that now.
5 years time.
Right.
And I think we're crazy to turn around and tell these people we're gonna take it out for bid or whatever it is. I think we better hold up, pay the bill and go on. And I don't think it should be even on this. Yes, stormwater, like Roger says, yes, not garbage. Garbage is a necessity.
well,
If you don't pick it up the door, you'll have a good.
I'm not pushing back or disagreeing. I will say that I believe stormwater is a necessity too. Particularly for the people
what
whose
I'm
homes I've been
saying
to
is-
that are partly
I'll
underwater.
tell you one thing, you drive down the road, you got a hole in the road, that ain't bad. When your garbage is sitting in front of your house here
Oh,
for 2 weeks, and the dogs are fighting over it, that'll make a big difference.
There's no doubt. Thank you, Mr. Cook.
You're welcome.
Marvin L. Fair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Fair. If you would state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Thank you. My name is Marvin L. Fair, 365 Church Street, here in Lake County. but I live backstreet in North Carolina. I make this long journey here tonight to attend. And I think the proposal gentleman made there was fantastic one, but again, it's only a band-aid. We have a problem. Been here 60-some years. Don't live here, but still home to me. Okay? But they tell them has a problem. What problem is it? There's no commercial here. In 60-some years, I've been here, they tell them still look the same as it did 60-some years ago. You still got 2 stores. See, I've been here. You only got 2 stores in here. All, maybe 3 now. It used to be 3 because it used to be this one right across the street here. We went to school here. But now, you still got the same stores. So what I'm saying, where is the commercial business in Lake Helen? You cannot survive a city with no commercial business. I know people move to Lake Helen. They want to keep a moonlight or a little town, sleepy town. Those years are over now. You cannot. Because the next thing Lake Helen don't have, I guarantee you this, there will not be a Lake Helen. But Lake Helen will go bankrupt. Because the taxpayer cannot pay for everything in this town. Because people begin to get older. Some are homestead exemption, but not paying a lot of taxes. You got new people coming in. But, you know, property tax going up along with the value of the home. So the property tax goes up. Your salary and your income is basically the same. So you're gonna end up paying, or you're gonna end up losing your home because you can't pay taxes. Or you're gonna have a lien on your property. That's basic. That's basically what's gonna happen. And I asked the city commissioners to look at why we don't have any other commercial business here, and they tell them to offset some of this taxes that people have to pay. That is my concern. And I only flew back here to come to attend to this. If it's that important to me, it should be that important to everybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Fair, for making the journey and for those words of wisdom. Appreciate it. So Ben Pierce, you are next.
Okay, Rafine Pierce, 800 Sand Crane Lane. I don't have so much. But here we go. The letters that you sent out to everyone, those letters must have been based on figures. What were those figures that you based those letters on?
Are you referring to stormwater?
I'm referring to these assessment letters.
Yeah.
What were those assessment?
It's for stormwater.
No, the total, everybody said we had to table this motion because we had to get the figures. But you must have had the figures to send the letters out. So what were those figures?
That guy was gonna say, I refer to stormwater, and first of all.
Well, is it for the assessment, isn't it for stormwater and, solid waste?
Yes.
Okay,
They're 2 separate ones.
I understand.
Solid waste went up by 60%.
That's,
And we had a choice. Don't pick up garbage. That's not really a choice.
that's not my question. My question is, his motion, the suggestion was it be tabled because Heather rightfully asked for some figures,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You have those figures, you must have had those figures to send these letters out to everybody.
Well,
What's the total figure?
I hear what you're saying, but there's multiple issues that, in other words, what caused these assessment? One's fire, not speaking about fire, but one is trash, and one of them was stormwater.
How much is the trash and how much is the stormwater that caused the letters?
What we addressed earlier is that we had been collecting somewhere in the neighborhood of $60,000 a year for stormwater, but we're spending in the neighborhood of $330,000.
I understand.
So we looked at the difference, And that's why we increased it from $30 to $200.
And I may not be verbalizing the question well enough.
So
What, there's this overage figure that you want an assessment for. What's the figure the assessment's based on?
That's what I'm trying to say to you, there's multiple. In other words,
What are they?
There's two. The garbage, assessment, was increased, and that is direct pass through. And that was what was sent out in the notice. The other is stormwater, which is what the commission voted on, a number that we voted on, as I said earlier, to start the discussion basically. So I don't understand how that doesn't answer your question.
I know what you're doing.
Number. I want a number you base the letters on. The number that.
Maybe you have those two numbers.
I know what we based it on, yes. The stormwater was based on an income of $350,000. That would be then net from the $62,000 from the original number. So approximately $290,000 is what we were generating extra.
Okay.
The other one was the garbage, and I believe the garbage number was a total of $390,000. And we have an existing assessment of $250,000.
Wrong, it was 486,000.
It was.
Yeah, the fiscal year, the estimated service cost of solid waste, fiscal year 22, 23 is a little less than $500,000, $486,000. So we'd have to raise our true service cost over $400 to even make that work. We just came up with $200, knowing $400 was gonna be way too expensive to kind of push that through.
I understand, and I don't think, I'm gonna speak for
I'm trying to
everybody, and
find
I could be
garbage.
wrong. I don't think we have I don't think the town is upset about the fact that just like my cost, my business cost, Rick, everybody's business cost has gone up. We're not upset that Waste Pro has a higher amount, that the bills are high.
Right.
We understand that. It should have gone out for bid, and perhaps it wouldn't be as high, but that spoke the sale. So that's not, we're not arguing, I don't think we're only distressed because in the worst financial year that I think this country has had in a long time, folks, and I'm gonna be, I don't want to sound like a wise ass, but just like Jim, just like you, Rick, $200 is gonna make or break me. But there's a whole lot of people that need that $200 to buy groceries for a month that pays their light bill. And it's the blindsiding of this assessment. I genuinely appreciate Roger's suggestion to take that, basically tax money, because that's really where it comes from, and Band-Aid, as you say it, and give people breathing room to think about and budget for this over the next year. The other thing is that in a lot of properties, you have that escrow, so it's broken up over a year. So it makes it a lot more palatable. But my question was simply to get the figure that was needed out of the ARPA funds, which Heather rightfully asked for, so that you could say, well, this is how much money covers what you were gonna assess us for. We're only talking about the assessment.
Okay, I have some of those figures for you.
Okay.
It was sent out it's on page 74 of our packet. And the portion to be collected through direct billing by the city of the stormwater assessment is $158.30, which is $13.19 a month per property. Increase. Directly billed by the city for $39 a quarter.
Okay, so.
The next is the solid waste assessment. The portion to be collected directly through billing by the city is $144.19, or an additional $12.02 per month per property.
Okay.
So we're talking about $13 per property for stormwater assessment per month, and $12 per month for solid waste assessment.
Okay, so I'm looking at about $302. So my question is, what was the period of time that you need to collect that amount of money? You were looking at, that covered the assessment, from here to next year, at the, end of the year. That was the overage that you needed.
This assessment will be paid next year's bill.
Okay. So if you took the $302.57, I'm assuming you did that by the number of residents.
Yeah.
That's the division that came out. So that was my question, was wouldn't that have answered Roger's question and Heather's question as to what were the figures
In
that
a
are?
way, but we would need exact numbers in order to put it into the resolution. We have to have exact numbers. We can't vote on what we think it's about.
I assumed you had that when you sent the letters out.
And the only numbers that we have right now are figures that we went by to figure out what we were gonna do.
Okay,
Zach has the exact numbers that we need.
fair, that's fair.
And that's why we're waiting for Zach. We've got to send him a message because he's up in New York somewhere. And we've got to find out what the exact numbers are.
And to be fair, one thing on the stormwater assessment, that number is for, and I took a while to figure out this out when I was reading my packet. That's per ERU. Some properties.
What's ERU?
Equivalent residential unit.
So how many of those are there?
Equivalent residential unit.
And
It's a way of assessing in order to, if one property has 300,000 square feet of impervious structure on it, it's gonna be different than a house that has one that has 3,000 square feet of impervious. It's a way of assessing based on how much stormwater runoff you're creating.
And the ERUs will help generate that math to that gentleman's point. That's gonna help us, and that's what we need a little bit more detail on to do that, so.
So if that
Your quote.
being the case, my question is, what about properties in Lake Helen, residents of the city of Lake Helen, who don't even have stormwater runoff that is addressed?
Unimproved property does not have stormwater assessment on it. If there's a property that has no structure on it, it does not get assessed stormwater because it doesn't create it by law, basically.
I guess my question is, and Rick probably knows where I'm going with this, where I live is out in the outer stretch of the city limits. We have our own road, we don't have stormwater addressed in any way, and it was my last understanding it would be at least 10 years, if not more, before we ever did. So how do you calculate, I think there's 4 houses on Sand Crane Lane.
Same way. You're an ERU.
Yeah, I think.
You're a resident.
The way I look at it, Roby, is.
But you're not there with me, so.
There are many services that I do not enjoy the luxury of taking advantage of.
Right.
But I'm a member of this city, and my property's in this city, and so I feel like I have a responsibility to this city to pay my share.
And I feel the same way, I just
And
wondered how they were calculating, because I didn't know what that was. The final thing, and I want to say this, and I want to make sure I say this. I had a conversation with Larry Bartlett in the office, and Larry Bartlett told me flat out that in 17 years, and Jan was in it, 17 years, they had never had a city come to them at the late hour, last minute, and ask to have the figures changed in August for the proposed tax bill. And it was made clear, and they said that they made it clear to our city administrator that it was absolutely no, that could not be done in the late hour of August, that it should have been done, and this is, and they keep not using right, it's non-ad valorem. The city, the waste management, solid waste, stormwater, those things are non-ad valorem. And years ago, it was given over to the county's purview to collect those for us. And it is up to our city staff, whoever does it, to get those figures, and it is true that it's supposed to be done by January 1. And we specifically discussed solid waste, stormwater, and fire. So to say that it doesn't have to get in before August, this is not valid. And that came right out of the tax collector's mouth.
And I really think the one piece of that comment that's missing is the size of it. In other words.
Oh, no, we discussed that there was a certain cap.
Yeah,
We
because if
discussed that
it had been under a certain thing, the time sensitive date was was quite on.
We discussed that too.
And what's caused that increase is the environment that we've been in for.
And I don't think anybody, again, I know I want to say that, we all understand our prices went up, so we know that. But it's just, here it is, the end of the year, you know, people are barely going to have a holiday because the financial situation has been so bad this year. And they get blindsided with hundreds, a couple of hundreds, maybe several $100s bill. It's not fair, it's just not the way to treat our city, our friends, our family.
You're right, I mean, what we don't have as an opportunity is to go back 20 years and start
Sure.
acting on it and bringing it to where it needs to be.
But this way, we all know what's coming. We can budget, we can be ready, because we know we have to do it.
I will say, and thank you, Ms. Pearson, I've let you go way beyond.
I know you have.
Okay, thank you. I will say that, for all the years that I've been on the commission prior to being mayor, every year when we send out tax notices, we get pushback, because there are increases. This isn't, I know this year feels worse, and in many ways it is worse. I know this.
It's hard on people.
But we don't live in a vacuum here in Lake Helen. We're part of the big picture of this country. There's a bunch of people, I'd like to think, we talked a little bit about them with two nice little initials, that would like to slap around a little bit because of what they've done to this country and the money supply and all of that. We live in this country. If we could take Lake Helen and set it on an island, we could maybe fix some of those problems, but we can't. No, we got to live within that. Ms. Pierce, I'm sorry.
Like Rick said.
Like I said, you're way beyond your 3 minutes.
That's fine. I do want to say, like Rick said, we all agree, we understand the bills go up. We are
Okay.
arguing the amount of the bill going up. Just that.
It's a crazy amount. It's a crazy year. There's an old Chinese proverb / curse, may you live in interesting times. We are there. None of us are enjoying it. Ms. Bishop. If you could state your name and address.
Charlene Bishop, 3941 I think what Rafi was trying to ask about the numbers are, at some point y'all had numbers because you knew to come up with $200 assessment, is what she's saying. So you had those numbers and you knew we were coming here tonight to discuss this, where are the numbers? I don't understand why you're not prepared with the numbers. I think is what she was trying to say.
If I may, the reason that I wanted to look at it was to kind of play around with it and see, with the ARPA funds, that's not even our best fund.
Right.
Let's correct that.
Actually, my idea to, pay this, because if you look back on your tax bills, the stormwater in Lake Helen has only gone up $30 in the last 10 years. That's a mistake that the commission has been making by not charging more for the stormwater. So I don't understand why that should fall on the backs of the citizens, because we only pay the bill that we receive, and I think it would be a good faith effort to pay for this out of those ARPA funds and move forward, because I don't think anybody has a problem with paying and moving forward. It's just that it's a shock now because it never was done for the last 10 years, and we're like, oh, now we got to catch up. That's not on us. And the $300,000 a year that we're spending on stormwater, I really would like to know how you get in line to have a stormwater project done. Because we have a 20-year problem back there in the back of the room. And if you're spending $300,000 a year, at what point were they ever going to be addressed? To get there, so it's only gotten worse over the years instead of better. So I really don't know where that $300,000 is being spent per year. I mean, I know we have other projects, but I mean, we have to, and we absolutely do, moving forward, have to start. We're spending a lot of money having things engineered, but nothing's being completed. So we need to engineer a project, complete that project, and move on to the next one. Because by the time you keep engineering all these projects, and you don't get to them in 20 years, the engineering that was done is null and void by that time. You're gonna have to go back and redo it again anyways. So some of these projects absolutely have to be addressed. And like I said, I think we're all in for paying our fair share. I don't have a problem. I just have a problem the way it was done, trying to catch up for the last 10 years. I don't understand why nobody never caught that in the last 10 years.
May I? I've sat in budgets for quite some time, and every year at budget time, I'm fighting the other commissioners who want to roll back the rate, who want to keep taxes down for the constituents, which is a lovely concept.
You're right.
But it doesn't pay the bills.
You're right.
And so, I've been fighting for it, and now here's the wake-up call.
Right.
Okay, so now a great number of people know what's going on. Now we can have the conversation, now that everybody's got their head wrapped around it, and then we can go forward. Have you looked at stormwater budgets for cities of our size and what they spend? In Volusia County and other
Well, I'm
cities?
sure they have stormwater drains and everything also that they have to.
But what I'm saying to you is ours is inadequate. And-
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Everything
So-
in the show is inadequate.
Well, it is. And gentleman earlier, he was talking about, we don't have commercial in this town to help support some of these other ventures. There's a great number of people in this community that don't want big box stores, they don't want industrial, they don't want that. Okay, what's the alternative? All of our homeowners get to share the expenses, or you don't provide services, or you figure out some other creative way to bring money in here. So it's a money issue for sure. And now we're all getting exposed to it. And the reason we're getting exposed to it is because it's been exacerbated by the environment.
By previous commissions who mitigated and listened to the residents.
And I just want to address that as well. Yeah, there's two sides to that, and legitimate sides. I don't like throwing previous commissions under the bus. And part of the reason the previous commissions didn't address this, perhaps at the level that hindsight shows us now, is the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Before you put in houses and you have blank, empty land, unimproved land, again, stormwater doesn't run off of that. We've built a bunch of properties here in the woods. Ms. Schaefer, you're the perfect example of this, if you don't mind my calling your name. But now that those properties have been built in the woods, there's a whole lot of water coming down and dumping into Ms. Schaefer's property.
But is that an engineering problem? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
The point is that until these properties were built, it weren't broke, so we didn't fix it. We probably should have, in hindsight, gone back and set aside $300,000 a year extra so that we had the money to just fix it now. But we didn't. But you understand my point. That's what I'm saying, is that to throw previous commissions under the bus isn't entirely fair, but the reality is here we are.
I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, I'm just saying, I looked at my tax bill for the last 10 years.
I'm not saying that's all you either, we all know that. No, I'm not putting that all on you.
So, I mean, running with graphene, and some of us can't afford it, some of us can't. So, I don't know, but I think the RFP is a good idea for this time around.
And the other question that you asked, which was a very reasonable question, is how do you get in line for those projects? We did commission and I'm not sure if we're in receipt of it now, but we are within seconds, if not, of a stormwater, didn't get it, okay. We don't have it yet, but it's coming in a minute, a stormwater master plan from the engineer to show us a prioritized list of the stormwater projects that need to be done here in Lake Helen as best we can assess this time. So we do have an objective look at what stormwater projects are most important and what order we can do them in.
That can look later? Or not, because I have a question on that too, so.
So that's a good question, and I will say again, that the previous commission did start that ball rolling. So, this has not been totally ignored. We are where we are. Mr. Hiram Sheck Jr. If you would please state your name and address for the record. If you would say your name and address for the record, sir, thank you.
Absolutely. Hiram Schick Jr. I live at 292 West Pennsylvania Avenue, 2 blocks up the road here for 24 years. I don't even know if I need this, but I guess I'll use it.
For the record, it helps.
All right. Anyway, somebody should text Zach and say, how many equivalent residential units do we have? Times it by $611.64, and then we can not table your suggestion, Mr. Eckert.
It's 1,113.
There's
I don't have my calculator, who's gonna do the math real quick. 1,113 times 611.64. And then we can help Ms. Rutledge here to know the amount.
Yes, sometimes to repeat that. Sorry, I missed it.
Oh, what was the total number again, sir? I'm sorry. What?
For equivalent residential for stormwater is 1,113.
There are 1,113 ERUs within the city.
For garbage is 1,740.
$680,198.82.
And that includes both the stormwater and the solid waste, because if you take the 200 plus the 411,
Well, actually, no, the math doesn't work, because there's different number of ERUs for stormwater than there are for garbage. This is why, like I said, this is very complicated, and to really get the solid numbers from the CPA, it's
No,
gonna.
we're not making sure, so I don't run out of time here. There was 200, and there was 411 and 64 cents. You add the two together, you have 611.64.
We have to
You times it by the 1,113, whatever it was, and you have 680,000. So I don't know how much left out of that $1 million, but I didn't want to see that table. I was appreciating what Mr. Eckert did.
Well,
But there has to be a net, there's a net gain. This is the entire cost.
yeah, we have to vote on exact figures. to
There-
make sure
there- there's a
exact.
net
Well, that sure looked
Being
pretty
paid.
exact to me, what I got in the mail, folks. I don't know, man.
It's a net cost. Yeah, if I'm paying $50 right now, if I'm
You
paying
did
$50 right
super
now, the other $100 is gonna save my 50. That means I'm not paying anything for stormwater for 1 year. And that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the net that the residents would have to pay for that beyond what they're paying already. So the $680,000 figure is the gross amount, and not the net.
Well, not that this absolutely helps anybody else, but when I moved here 24 years ago, John Smart on the north side of West Pennsylvania between South Euclid and South High had 6 lots for sale. I was the first one to purchase. The day I went to close, I noticed there was a huge hole on both sides of my driveway. I said, what is this? And my contractor said, oh, the city manager said you needed to be the stormwater solution for this side of the road. And then I went and got the city manager, and actually got him to ride with me to my property. He looked at it and said, well, I didn't know they were gonna do that big of holes, but yes, we don't have gutters here. I think I've done my part for stormwater. I don't know what anybody else is saying. Also, I would like to say that I like numbers. I'm good with numbers. When I received my proposed property tax, which was about a month ago, everybody probably got that. I don't think any of this new stuff was incorporated in that, to my knowledge. And my market value went up 45,000, folks. And it increased my overall property tax, because I not only have the homestead exemption, I also have the additional one most people do, but I also have a limited income senior one for county and city. So even with all that, based on my market value increase, my total property tax from the proposed, from last year to the proposed, went up 6.5%. I thought, oh, inflation, yeah, okay, I can deal with that. But then when you add the other 611, and I know 302 is gonna come as a separate bill, the other 309 is gonna go added into the proposed property tax amount. Now, it not only goes up 6.5, it goes up to 46.5, an additional 40%. Now, anytime a property tax goes up in 1 year, 46.5%, I'm gonna come to the meeting. I'm gonna say, hey, there's something wrong. Okay, so I would like to see the Band-Aid that Mr. Eckert proposed, even if it's not 500,000, even if it's 680,000, there's that much left in that fund to get through this particular dilemma with the SAM included, whatever, and then let's get it done earlier so that when we get our proposed taxes, it's not a big splash of cold water in our face. I think I'm not done, but
You're done.
I'm done, but he used some of my time, so I didn't mind using a little bit of it.
And I gave you some grace.
And I appreciate that, sir.
Just to let you know that, your figures are a little bit high because my motion was only salary overages, which is the bottom number of those. So it'd be only $302.49.
So then the other 309 is gonna be added on to our proposal,
Will be on the.
but it's gonna be added to what the current proposal is telling us. Okay, I understand that, I guess, but I would like to at least see the 302. I don't want to get direct bill. I'm a income saving on Social Security. I don't need that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney.
Yeah, kind of amazing thing here.
Get your mic.
I'm sorry, kind of amazing thing. I was reading through the non-ad valorem collection process, just because lady referred to a January 1st deadline, and it's actually sometime between January 1st and September 15th, we have to have the public hearing. So it's a long period. The original January 1st date is the very first time you do the assessment. Thereafter, from January 1st to September 15th, you have to have your public hearing set in the millage rate. Well, what got me concerned is our next meeting is after September 15th. And, you know, I wish we could talk to Zach, I wish we could talk to our consulting attorney. I got a recommendation for you, based on what you all said, just to make sure we're safe. I know you'd like the detailed numbers, but in the resolution, it kind of breaks out, says this is how much is going on the tax bill. The balance is going to be billed by invoice, which you all have, the motion was, we will pay with ARPA funds. I would recommend, just so there's no question that we get this set today, on the part I read to you about, once you set it today, you can't increase it next meeting, that is the millage. So that was the millage process. This is not millage, this is assessment. My recommendation, if you want to go forward with Roger's recommendation, is just set the stormwater at $41.70 per ERU. That's what's in there. Delete the reference to balance billing the difference, and set the garbage, solid waste at $267.45 per dwelling unit. Delete the part about the balance billing, because we can all, that's just coming from city funds, and we can address that later. But I think we need to set the assessment tonight, just to make sure. And if we knew what the ERUs were, we could probably plug in these total dollars in this resolution. But I think the key thing is to say, this is the assessment amount we're setting. We're setting it at $41.70 as opposed to or I guess it was 200. And we were going to say $158.30 was going to be billed separately. If you want to do it with the ARPA funds, my recommendation is just, let's set this tonight at $41.70 for the assessment for stormwater, and set the assessment for the fire at $267.45.
And then, second thing, on the budget, you will appropriate the money from ARPA.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And it looks like the law requires us to set the assessment before we set millage in terms of time frames.
I didn't want to say, I know I just spoke, but you said it was only going to come with
I'm sorry, sir.
$680,000.
I'm sorry, sir. Sir, I'm sorry.
It was both.
Sir, I'm sorry.
All right.
I can't do this going through with the audience. I just can't. It's not on the record. It gives us problems, multiple problems. We do have a lot of it still to go through. You all will be heard. Kelly Kraska, you are next on the. And you know, Kelly, before you start talking, just for people's state of mind, Melissa Curtis, you will be next. I'll start doing that now. It's a little easier on people. Thank you, Kelly. If you would state your name, address, and road.
Kelly Traska, 616 John Street.
Let me get back to that. Where were the, $1.2 million that Mr. Ebbett said had been spent over the past 3 years for stormwater projects? Not including grants received for those projects.
You want us to list those now, or do you want us to give you that information after the meeting?
I don't have that with me.
We don't have that with
And
us.
that is the, made available.
Sure.
Sure.
And the other question is, how much has been spent on engineering and how much has been spent on payroll with our stormwater?
We
Those
can give
two
you those
questions.
amounts as well.
And how much, and you got this, how much of the 486,000 is included in the monies collected by the county? So how much of that will we say, the funds that are collected by the county on our non-ad valorem tax bill, we are collecting $41.70 for stormwater and $267.45 for solid waste assessment. That's gonna be on our, property appraisers, property bill.
Correct.
So how much of that is included when it's collected by the county?
Oh, those numbers, the 4170 and the 267.45 are the amounts that are going to be on the November 2022 property tax bill.
Okay. Maybe I didn't ask right. So the portion of, that's going to be the assessment for my dwelling is $158.30. I'm assuming that these aren't all the same for every dwelling. And,
For EGRU.
and, for solid waste is $144.19. Now, what Scott was just talking about, does that include the portion of what was not gonna be on our property tax bill?
Those two numbers are the amount that was not going to be on the property tax bill, but that was simply going to be billed directly to each property owner.
So the Band-Aid that Roger had mentioned
Would be
would
for
help
those numbers.
ease those to $158.30 and $144.19.
Correct.
And then we can properly figure between now and January on how to work out a payment plan or something with the,
If we do this the way we're talking about using the ARPA funds, there will not be an additional invoicing by the city for those two things.
but not for next year there won't be? This won't be addressed again?
2022, 2023.
We won't have ARPA money next year.
I understand that, that's why I'm
2023,
asking.
2024, you'll have those assessments.
And will that be added into our property tax bill for the following year, once it's figured out what the amount should be?
Also, so the question is, if I understand, let me restate the question. The question is, instead of having a separate billing directly from the city to the property owner, will we be putting it into the tax collected by the county?
Yes.
The non-ad valorem tax collected by the county? That has yet to be determined. I've had discussions with the city administrator about it actually being better to bill directly so that we can perhaps bill on a monthly basis or quarterly basis. It might be better for the citizens to have that directly billed through us, give us more leeway as to how that's collected. But that's a discussion that I had. Ultimately, that will be decided by the commission.
But when the city bills directly, whether on a monthly or a bi-monthly or however you decide, that's not gonna go through escrow. So it's not gonna be calculated in for the people who have a mortgage.
I don't
It's going to be.
know how to answer that. That's between them and their bank, basically.
No, it's.
It's just a different, it's a different vehicle for payment. In other words, some cities provide city water, garbage, stormwater, and they build it all under one bill. And the city bills each individual, okay? And it doesn't go through the tax appraiser's office. It's just like.
About 2/3 of cities do that.
Yes, I do understand that, and when I spoke with Jan over at Larry Bartlett's office, in her 17 years being being there, she's never seen or heard of, a city billed both through non-ad valorem and directly, so,
And once again, we're in unprecedented times, and we're trying to get ahead of the expenses that are coming due to the city. And this was the way we thought we could get everybody to share the expenses. Apparently, shock therapy does not work. And, but that does not mean the expenses go away.
no,
And so, what we're talking about is, okay, we'll take a Band-Aid, we'll fix that, 400,000, 500,000, whatever it is. Next year, we're gonna talk about budget,
yeah.
okay? And we're still using that same vehicle, we're going to it, and if their office comes back to us and says, hey, you can only raise it so much. Well, what is our recourse then? There's no ARPA funds available, we have to pay for the service. Whether we send it out for an RFP, as far as solid waste is concerned, and they come back, and what we've looked at so far, the prices that we've got are comparable or less than other vendors that are out there. And so we don't anticipate that number going down. If anything, it's probably going to go up. Okay? So if we can't raise the number now through taxes, okay, and what do? Not provide the service or bill you direct.
Yeah, I understand that, I guess I'm mistaken, but from my understanding, when I spoke to Jan, is that the budget needs to be given, January 11th, but if you want an extension to March 11th, it's January 1st to have those figures together. But that, I could be wrong, maybe I misunderstood something, I'm human. I just have one last question, and what would be the consequences when, if a resident doesn't pay these assessments directly billed from the city? What are you legally able to do?
I'd ask for
As I stated earlier, one option is that we have the authority to put a lien on the property that the assessment was for, and we can collect that through a foreclosure process. Or the other option is, and I think where this piece of some confusion about next year, if we have an unpaid assessment for this year that doesn't get paid, can we try to collect it next year through the tax bill process? It's not ad valorem tax, it's an assessment, but it's an unpaid assessment. Can we collect it next year because it wasn't paid this year? So there's really the two options to collect.
From my understanding, when I spoke to the office, that you cannot, because they said that question was asked to them, and you cannot push this year's assessments over to the county to collect, that was an absolute no.
Well, we discussed that earlier, and that is what our tax people say, and what the court has said is just the opposite, that they have to. So we believe the courts, and they may not want to do that part, but I believe they have to. We'll work that out between them and us. Obviously, we're all in the same job. We all got to do our jobs. So we'll work that out.
And rather than scare us homeowners with the assumption if we don't pay the assessment in time or it's not done, that our home can, have a lien on it. I think that Roger's suggestion for using the ARPA funds for that extra money that would become directly billed from the city to us for this year to cover that. And so that would be properly calculated so we're not hit with a surprise. That's my opinion. And I thank you, Commissioner Eckert, for suggesting that. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Melissa Curtis, and next after Ms. Curtis will be Linda Donato. Is Ms. Curtis here? Oh, not hearing an aye from Melissa Curtis. We'll move on to Linda Donato. Are you here? There you are, yes. And after Linda will be Ann Robinson, and you have another card if you want.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Linda Donato. I live at 139 Willow Drive in Lake Lawrence. Love it there. Want to stay there. And I'm looking at a way to slash your budget. I'm only going to stick one portion that interests me, which is sort of a continuance from the other evening, the 6th, that we talked about. I'm looking at your payroll. Now, I count 22 positions that's listed in the budget. In reality, there's 23, one is vacant. With a, I guess, salary of about $55,000, but we have no idea what that position is. It shows $55,000, it's just a vacant $55,000 filming. That's pretty good. I have a huge, well, let me back up, because I think the way things normally are done, at least in all the cities that I've been in, and I do know a lot of city attorneys who take care of cities like Lake Helen, such as Seminole County, Stenstrom, Colbert, Wickham. I know all those guys, they're all my buddies. Whenever they put out their budget, there's usually a plan on what the city is expected to do with the monies that's in the budget. You see the planning, and then you see how much money that they want to attribute to whatever, contribute to whatever cost amount to, build up, Lakeland Road. I didn't see that in the budget. Surely we have a plan where we're gonna spend all this money, don't we? Before January? I would think, I would hope. But if not, then I think we're in serious trouble. All right, so I've got through the plan for, I wanna get back to this raise. We've got 22 positions, one vacant, $55,000 for God only knows what kind of job it is. We've got a COLA of 5%. I've checked with many different cities. The typical police year is 3%. Now, some of them become extremely sophisticated in the way that they do their COLAs. As an example, you may have an employee that's worked 2 years. They'll get, I see you're looking at 2 on 10, right?
Yes.
Okay. You gave other people much more time.
Yes, mostly because we interrupted them so much. I'll give you another minute or two, but we do have still a dozen or so people.
Okay. I do want answers. So, you've got $41,000 that is a fixed adjustment. I can see getting a call. I especially believe in getting calls to police officers. I don't know if there's any police officers listed on this budget because there's no job descriptions for us to look at to see what range they fall into compared to other cities. All right? Then we've got miscellaneous items that are not itemized. $78,500. Where's that coming from? I'm 23 seconds on. I'll end with that because I will come back.
Okay. I don't have specific answers to most of those numbers right now. We can address those in the office with you if you want to go line item by line item. I will say you will see more sophisticated budget presentations at larger cities. There's no doubt about that. A lot of what we do here is less sophisticated than some of those much larger cities that you mentioned. But the lack of sophistication doesn't mean we're not budgeting and using money with a plan. We do have a function.
I understand that, Mayor, but when you're paying out $10,000 and it's to a salaried employee, who's gonna
if they miss work, they're still going to be paid. It's not like they're losing time or losing salary, because they're non-exempt, they get, or they're exempt, they get their salary regardless. It was an exempt employee, they abandon it sometimes. So you give $10,000 to people, and is it a bonus? I mean, we don't even know what it's for. So do I make an appointment with whomever and try to find out what's going on here?
That would be, to get specific answers to specific line items, yes, I think we will need to address those questions to the staff. Probably to city administrator or the deputy administrator.
Who's the deputy?
Tommy. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Andy, do you want to speak again?
Yeah, I'll try to be nice this
time. You were nice.
You were nice last time. I just didn't understand what you said. That's
Use a
all.
little foul language right there. You know, you were
That's all.
nice. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Okay. In regard to, this is in regard to the budget, okay? This whole page 11, that has to do with the salaries. Some figures that I'm sure the people here are interested in. 5 people in the office with fringe benefits total $434,685. Out of the total budget for salaries of $1,362,000. Just one item as a fringe benefit for one employee is $39,000. I know it's a negotiation contracted position. And I know all of you were not there when this contract was written. But my God, that's the price of one person. That's the price that one person could be making as a salary. I don't know whether the people understood that or not, okay? But I felt like I had to bring this out. And Mr. Vasco, you always tell me that I still, to this day, look at all the numbers, and I do. I even look at the bills, even if I don't come to the meeting. And when I started seeing $1,000 a month for a Mr. Ernie Peterson, who is a previous property appraiser employee, retired, doing an oversight on the tax issues for Lake Ellen, I used to do that. That was part of my job. Why is so much stuff outsourced? I don't understand. You have more people in the office. Please don't tell me I wrote out building permits by hand. I didn't hand the person coming in the permit and asking to fill it out. I did it. Sometimes 15 in one day. There's 5 people now, there used to be 2. I just find these numbers appalling. There's 2 people in the office. Are costing us $305,000 a year. I don't know whether you do any addition when you get this or not. I do. I do. Numbers have always been my forte and probably will until the day I die. I worked here too long to not study this. This is the Bible that we all are spending taxpayers' money with. Please pay more attention to it.
Well, I'd like to respond, right now, and I feel it through, my business, that it's hard to get somebody to get for $20 an hour.
I can't hear you.
It's hard to get somebody to get for $20 an hour. So what we have the unfortunate position of being is we have to pay wages that are commensurate with the market if we want to get anybody with their salt. And we can pay less money, but it would be pandemonium, because the next thing would be is that people are complaining because we have incompetent people trying to do the job. So part of it is just the times we're in. It's insane right now.
No, let me go one step further, please. The very first person on the list, Sharon Hall, is probably between a 12 and 15-year employee. And she's gonna be making, with her COLA, $19. Then you have two, I believe probably at the same time, an administrative assistant. One has been here maybe 2 years, and one has been here less than a year. 1785 and 1838. Then further down the line, you have some public works people that I think we hired 2 months ago at 17 or 1750. Also on the agenda tonight is hiring a person for $20 an hour. We don't see any job scale here that entry level is such, after a year is such, after next year is such, after 5 years, 10 years, with commensurate experience. We don't see any of that. And wage levels, I mean,
The only way
if
to
I
answer
was
this
Sharon, I'd
question
be walking out tomorrow, because if I spent 15 years of my life and they're coming in at $2 under what I'm making, how fair is that? How fair is it to 2 guys that we hired 2 months ago that are making $1, $2, $3 an hour less than what you're gonna hire somebody?
I'm just saying, big
That's
picture,
just my-
big picture, salaries are up significantly
I
because of
understand
the
that.
market here. Like, I mean, we can minutia it to death, but the reality of it is, all of the prices, everything is higher because of the unprecedented times we are in, period.
A couple of weeks ago, I went to a Ruby Tuesdays in the Villages for dinner. And the waitress, barmaid actually, came to wait on us and took our drink order. It was a while before she came back, and my husband said to her, "Are you short-staffed?" She said, "Yeah, just a little bit." She said, "We were paying cooks $20 an hour." She said, "We now have to pay them $50."
Well, then you understand the situation.
I just feel sorry for people like Sharon that's been here for a while.
I understand. It is heart-wrenching what we're going through.
Like, we're paying $39,000 pension on this man here.
I believe John Hawkins left. John, are you here? Oh, I'm sorry. John Hawkins, you are up, sir.
Am I up? What you doing, Rich?
If you would please, when you get to the podium, say your name and address for the record.
I'm John Hawkins, and I live at 253 Community Drive. I've been here for 31 years, getting old, ain't I? No, I came tonight because I really wanted to see, I had questions about how you vote collect this money. You guys have answered pretty much everything. And Mr. Becker, I appreciate your motion, but I think that's what you guys need to do this year. Is just go ahead and bite the bullet, and go ahead and bite the bullet, and then start off next year. Now, I know it's not going away, I know your problems are going to go away, and I have a better appreciation for you folks up there. I'm glad you're up there, I'm down here. And I didn't know you got hard at some of them, but anyway. I haven't been to one of these in a while, that's something.
This is a tough one. Every year.
But, yeah, I understand. I worked for property appraisal office for 30 years. And Larry doesn't want to do this. That's the whole deal right there. I understand that too. He wants you, I was just wondering, these gentlemen here were talking about how they're going to collect that money. There's 2 ways to collect money that I'm aware of. One is delinquent taxes. With delinquent taxes, you can, if they don't get paid, you can issue, or the county or city can issue a tax lien that can be sold at auction. And once somebody buys 3 or 4 of those liens, they can actually take one out of your property. The other way that I know of is I was just wondering, if it's just a regular lien of your property, you can just let that ride until you sell your property. You're not gonna have to worry about it. And what I understand is, it's just a regular lien that you could oppose to the property if they don't pay taxes. But I think the way you're going is the way to go. So I wish y'all all luck in the world, guys. You have a good one. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good seeing you, John. Mr. Lance Spears. And if you would state your name and address for the record, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Lance Spears, 491 Garden Street. I know several of you that I've met. Thank you, I agree with this gentleman. Good job, gentlemen, we do appreciate what you do. Do I think that there's been complacency? Absolutely. The whole routine of, well, we've been thinking about, we were gonna do it, we're thinking about doing it. Yes, I'm home. Enough. Quick. You know, there's gonna be action, enough talk, do some action. I too am a businessman. As business people, all of you are. Roger, you retired, good for you, man. From quite a history. But we definitely need to stop the chatter. I'm only 2.5 years here. I'm one of those people everybody talks about over in the woods.
We love you people.
But I'm not a rich guy, I don't use stress people. I'm still working for a living at 67. I'm not quite fully retired yet. You know? But, and I love my home, I love Lake Allen. We run all over in a golf cart, all over this city, all of it. And some of you probably seen me if you were on the Butler Express, because I'm the dancing Santa. Up there on Garden Street on my porch, yeah. For the ones that laughed, you saw me. But I do take it personal. It's not going to change my lifestyle either, obviously, or not obviously. You shouldn't say that, excuse me. I digress. But the blindsided piece of this was, come on, make a better plan. You know, you guys are all intelligent people. Why don't you have a plan? All of these people were addressing things that, like, wow, how do you not know we have? And I've only been to one other meeting, but I made a point to come to this one because of this. And there were several times where we said, we don't have the information, but we're gonna get it. Well, when you know you're going to a meeting on a certain subject, you know, I have to be prepared when I go to meetings. And if not, I don't get to say it, which is what I did. In case you want to try. They didn't need one. But being prepared, you know, I mean, get that bid before the last minute. Why aren't we negotiating? Who's the negotiator? Stand toe to toe with them. No, sorry guys, this is what we gotta do. You know, think of us, all of us, you included, when I say us, all of you included. And as far as having any direct questions, I think you answered it with most of these groups. Questions they've already given to you. So thank you, Roger, for what you did by bringing it up. I also agree with what you're trying to do in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We've gotten through almost everybody. We have just about 2 or 3 more. On this one topic, I have a request for a break. It's 9:15. Let's try to keep it 10 minutes. We'll get back at 9:25. Yeah, 9:25.
I appreciate it.
Things live in interesting times.
So they're gonna pick up, they just say, John, you don't have keys in the car. You don't pay.
Check your email. Check your email. That's right, isn't it? So convey that to Cameron, and then we can, I do want to vote on that motion.
Yeah, all we're doing is shifting what's gonna be the balance of this, we go to the ARPA.
And I think
But it doesn't need to be in the resolution anymore, because this resolution is the assessment.
just the assessments, I get it.
So we'll just leave the assessment in there for your ARPA, it's gonna be shifted to the balance.
And that's a one-time payment. That's a one-time payment that I think is doable, that we also at the same time have to forecast.
Everybody recognizes it.
We got to forecast the assessment for 23, 24. Well, I said, and Scott, a very simple way of looking at these articles. It's in your email. Scott can look at it.
Oh, I left my phone downstairs.
Yeah, it's this. Oh, really? I have to do other stuff. It's also military, it's homeland security stuff. So it's encrypted. All right, here we go. All right. So,
Yeah.
I hit it wrong.
Yep.
this.
You mean garbage in a second?
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can take our seats, make our way back to our seats, we need to bring.
This is how you do the math.
Your argument's gonna be next year when we
Well, no, when we do this, we also call the assessment. We just go ahead and
Stormwater master plan.
And the timing on this, the timing on this sucks, but it's always an issue with us not getting ahead of the information.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We have just three more names of people who wish to speak on this topic. Bethsaida, Jenkins, Virginia. Bethsaida, are you here? If Bethsaida comes back in, have her wave, so I know. Next, Raymond Long. I know you're here, sir. Thank you for your patience. And if you would state your name and address when you get to close.
My name is Raymond Long, and I own a house in DeLand and a house in Lake Helen, 925 Kingston Road. The reason why I came out here to speak tonight is the garbage situation. And to me, it's a simple solution if you want to do a simple solution. But here would be my simple solution. I have Waste Pro in DeLand, and I have Waste Pro in Lake Helen. And my home in DeLand, they collect my garbage once a week, and I go out here, they collect it twice a week, and I asked my brother about it, and he goes out here, and he said, no, we got such a good deal, and I agree with that. But I also believe in this. I was in business for 50 years, and you have to sit down and have what's called cost of operation. You're running the city just like a business. But I had a sign on my desk and it said this: you can shear a sheep every year, but you can only skin him once. What does that mean? If you don't make a profit, you won't be in business. And like you said, it's unprecedented times, because I was born in DeLand, raised in Lake Helen. My mother taught school, my grandmother taught school in this building for 38 years, so I lived between Lake Helen and DeLand. But the point of it is, DeLand is not dead anymore. Lake Helen is not dead anymore, because all you gotta do is go down between Martin Luther Drive all the way to I-4 in the afternoon and go over to Dumpling. But that would be a simple solution. People said, well, we still need twice a week. Well, here's what I figure cost of operation is. Gas has gone up. Cost of salaries has gone up. Maybe for a while, once a week, I don't know. But anyway, one other thing I want to make clear that I do know. You don't own your home. You're allowed to use it. Let me explain that to you. Every year you get that tax bill, and like the gentleman said earlier, you don't pay it, there's a tax certificate and some of your bids on it. After 3 years, they go to the courthouse and they will sell your property, so it's a fact. But anyway, I appreciate the job you're doing. I love Lake Helen, love people here, been here all my life. That's my speech.
Thank you, Mr. Long, I appreciate it.
I just want to respond to the pickup once a week or twice a week. I suggested that several years ago when we were negotiating, and what I was told by Representative Wastrel was that the city of Lake Helen's got 20,000 or 20 tons of garbage a week to pick up. It doesn't matter whether we pick it up once a week or twice a week, we're still going to charge you for 20 tons of garbage. And so they said there would be no significant decrease if we went from 2 pickups a week to 1.
That's what I've always heard as well. It will be, I'm sure, part of the negotiations that if we do the plan presented tonight, will be part of the negotiations going forward, because it'll have to be. We've got to negotiate, and that's one of the points we negotiated. Judith Fuller. If you would please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Judith Fuller. I live at 549 Virginia Drive. I have that wonderful new road. The thing is, I would be happy to pay the stormwater fees if my road was done right. Okay? All the water comes directly to my house and it spits. So I'm a retention pond and I'm not happy about that. So I want to know what you're going to do about that. If I'm going to have to pay these fees, I want to know what you're going to do about my retention pond in my front yard.
I think you're right. I mean, let's see if that gets addressed with the master storm drainage plan we currently are working, and see if there's solutions to that. Because we're currently in the middle of that right now.
Well, the swell that y'all put in my front yard that y'all paid soft costs on, it's not a swell, it's a ditch.
Gotcha.
Okay? And it doesn't even hold any water. I don't understand why it's there. The water that comes from the other box,
Is this
it
the first,
goes over to the pond.
is this the first time you brought this to the city?
This is the first time I've been to the meeting.
We need that during a heavy rain. I mean, much like Mr. Schaefer's issues too, we just have to see it in operation.
It doesn't have to be a heavy rain.
It doesn't have to be a heavy rain.
It can be a slight rain, and there's a pool of water.
Is the pool of water in that ditch, as you called it, is that
It's
what
not
it
in,
is?
it's not in the ditch, Lee. I
Yeah, that's fine.
mean, it's right there it's right there in the road. It's right there in the road. And I've never had that. Virginia Drive.
What's the average?
That's our new street there.
This is the area where they have the ground springs up behind the houses that hasn't been addressed, where all that water's going down, and adds to that buildup of water.
You got 3 streets of water coming down, and then it goes straight over to my house.
I'm not an engineer, but my business has been in infrastructure, storm drainage structures, sanitary sewer structures, my whole life. So I have a pretty decent understanding of it. They have my number at City Hall. So if any of you have stormwater issues, I probably am as well versed as anybody on the dais, and I'll be happy to meet, take a look at the situation and try to help guide us through it.
Well, I mean, I can use the left side of my property because I can't get over the swell.
I'll be happy to come.
Or the ditch. It's the ditch.
Be happy to come take a look.
I do understand your frustration, having lived through all of that construction process for all those many months, and now to have it not working, it's gotta be very frustrating. Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Well, we have reached the end of the blue cards for public speaking on this topic. So now we're back to, what do we need to do with items A, B, and C? Do we need to get motions on each of the items, or do you want to have a discussion now amongst the commissioners?
Mayor, if I could just reiterate, the resolution 2205 is a one-time approval process. That's for the assessment rates we were talking about earlier. Needs to be adopted this evening. The next two are a dual approval process. 06 and 07, the millage and the budget, they need to be approved tonight, and they need to be approved again at a second public hearing on the 22nd of September at 5:30 p.m. Without that, we will not have a budget. Then you also have tonight a singular, number 4, a singular adoption process for the fines and fees, resolution 2208. So the first one is singular, last one singular. You'll have 2 approval processes in the middle there for 06 and 07.
Yes, sir.
When you mentioned about the assessment rates having to be approved tonight, was that the whole assessment rate or just the amount that's going on the tax bill?
The entire assessment. So, reading the statute, it looks like by September 15th, we have to take action. And the next meeting that's scheduled is after September 15th. I think the safest thing to do is to go with the maximum amount that can be on the tax bill. And then the balance of that, the fire stays the same, that assessment won't change. But for the stormwater and the garbage, the amount that can go on the tax bill will be the assessment that's set We will strike from the resolution if they otherwise support your suggestion. I will strike from the resolution the reference to the additional amount being invoiced separately. And from a budgetary standpoint, I understand that will be funded through the ARPA funds. So if you look at the stormwater assessment, 4170 per ERU will go on the tax bill. That will be the assessment. The dollar value of the $158.30 per ERU will be paid by ARPA funds. And then if you go to the sanitation, the assessment will be $267.45. That will show up per dwelling unit. That will show up on the tax bill. The balance of $144.19 per dwelling unit will be funded through the ARPA.
Are you gonna revisit that motion, Robert?
Well, I'm fine. Did you get enough information to get the figures done?
I'm satisfied.
Because I came up, I'm still figuring somewhere around 350,000.
Yeah, it's a pretty long.
So I essentially tabled it. I guess the correct thing would be to do is make a motion to take it off the table. And then you can vote on it.
I'll make a motion to take Roger's, suggestion to use our funds to pay that additional back off the table.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to remove from the table the motion to use the ARPA funds towards the overage from the tax bill to for the difference, the delta, if you will, between the tax bill and the full assessment, that would be billed directly by the city. All in favor of taking that off the table, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, like sign? It is off the table. We are now discussing that motion. Mr. Eckert, is your motion, would you like to speak in favor of it?
I think I said quite a bit about it. I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Would anybody else like to speak in favor of it? Would anybody like to speak against it? I would. I'm pissed. We worked hard to come up with stormwater, a realistic stormwater number that meant something to this city. And we're weeding out, I believe. We've had 17 people speak to us and they're upset. And I understand you're being upset, and I know you represent more than 17. I do. But I was elected to run this city. Gentlemen used the word like a business. I don't really think it's like a business. It's more like in some ways, it's almost more like a church. You're handling other people's money. I'm not spending my money, I'm spending your money. It's a more sacred type of obligation. But it's also my job to realistically tell you what you need to hear. I don't tell my kids what makes them feel good, I tell them what they need to hear. I don't think of you as my kids, I think of you as fellow citizens. What you need to hear is this is the money we need to collect and start spending on the city, or we're gonna be, it's good enough for Lake Helen for the rest of our lives. And we've seen what it's good enough for Lake Helen gets us a lot of times. It's people sitting underwater when it rains. It's pipes that are 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years old in the ground. I'm sorry, but we're not doing a good job as a city of raising the money that we need to appropriately raise and spend on this city. Now, I know I'm probably going to get outvoted, and that's fine. I'm just one vote of 5. And this is a political process. I get that too. I can't rant and rave and prove my point. It's a political process, and that's the way it is. I get that. But I ran on the fact that I would do my best for this city. I think we did that by bringing this assessment where it was. And now we're weeding out, is what I believe. And that's a little bit derogatory, and I don't mean that at a personal level. I think it's just a political reality that we're willing to back off and not spend the money that we said we would spend. The things that are going to get left out, ARPA money was going to go to good things in this city. It was going to finish Melissa Park. It was going to do a lot of things in Blake Park, resurfacing tennis courts. fixing the crap that we have in the horse arena that's bad for the horses' feet. Things like that. New basketball surface, new basketball court surface in both Melissa and Blake Park. There's a lot of things that the new shuffleboard area, the old shuffleboard area that's been an eyesore since I was this tall, we're finally gonna have some money to deal with it. We're gonna spend it on this instead. Stormwater utility is supposed to be a utility that's funded by taxes directly and to be a direct pass-through. It's not supposed to come out of pots of money that are for other things. I think we're not doing our job right. That's my opinion. Enough said.
Mayor, I support your thoughts. I voted for doing it the way we did. I was hoping that the great majority of our constituents would understand the times that we're in and the inadequate state of our infrastructure. Maybe it's the old invite somebody over to your house for steak and lobster, and you serve it on a garbage can lid. Maybe we didn't dish it out properly. And to not be sensitive to our constituents and say, okay, I hear you. Let's do this. Thank God the money's available to be able to do it. We're not talking about using it all. We're talking about using a third of it. I think that it says to our constituents, we hear you. And we made it crystal that this is a Band-Aid. And this will be revisited again next year. But I think the great majority of people that live in this community will know that it's coming and they will be a little more prepared.
I think it's more like when you have a kid in the grocery store line that throws a tissy fit because they can't get their candy bar, and you give them a candy bar and say, next time you're not getting it.
We're not a child, you're being disrespectful.
I'm saying that
You have chastised us.
we also are reinforcing that
We paid the bills.
if you come and, I know this.
You're chastising us like,
I-
we're not.
I'm sorry, you are out of order once again. We are having a discussion, and I know I'm speaking a little harshly, and I'm not directing these things to you as children. I am not. But if we reinforce, like I said, we had 17 people speak against it. I know there are more that would have spoken against it if they could have. I'm not saying it's only 17 of you, like you're a child, but I'm saying it is 17 out of 2,800 people. And we have an obligation to the entire 2,800 to do what's right. I've spoken my mind about what I think is right. Like I said, I know I'll probably be voted down. But I did feel like it was appropriate for me to speak my mind. I don't think of any of you as children. I don't flippantly spend your money on anything. I can't, for one thing, but I wouldn't. I take this very seriously. Stormwater is a pass-through. It's not like we're building palaces with it. We're trying to keep the water from flooding people's homes. The first 10 items, we don't have that stormwater master plan, but the first 10 items on it, I got the number, is gonna be $6.9 million for just the first 10 stormwater projects listed on that stormwater master plan in the priority level. 6.9 million. That money ain't gonna make itself. We can't print it like the federal government does. We gotta start collecting it. We gotta pay the piper at some point. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't often go on a rant. This is the first meeting I think I've actually ranted. So I apologize for maybe the tenor of it. But I don't think I said anything way out of line. The motion is before us to use the ARPA funds to fund the difference between what was billed on the non-ad valorem tax assessment and what we are assessing.
Could I add something?
Yes, sir.
I know
Please.
you asked earlier, but I think you wanted to go for two. Heather, why don't you go first?
I just wanted to revisit something that you said. You said that we're backing out of it. And it's not my understanding that we are. It's my understanding that instead of the constituents paying it this year, we are paying it for them. It will stay at that rate and we'll base next year off of how we did this year. So that's my
true.
takeaway from it. And if I'm wrong, correct me, please.
No, I think you're right. I think that's a reasonable way to look at it, but it's, we can kind of look at the same thing and come up with two different ways of saying it. I think the reality is we're not collecting money. We're spending money, but we're not collecting it. Sounds a whole lot like Washington to me. And that DC is not somebody I want to emulate. But at least you're right. We are actually, or at least we might, stick with this assessed value. And we can actually reduce the assessment. We still have that option.
So
Mr. Cobb.
I applaud your passion. I'm up here passionate sometimes too, and I can't help myself. And so I applaud that. It just shows that you want to try to do the right thing the right way. Our timing kind of sucked with some of this. I get it. It's a storm of perfect. I said this last meeting, it's going to be a storm of perfect events. We're going to be talking about all this, but it had to be addressed. And so don't let your passion prevent you from stating your mind again. Okay? And I kind of thought where Heather was going to with this, because I kind of understand the math behind it too. And so what I've done is similar to what everybody else has done here, but I think the difference, what I'd like to see when we move forward with this is to clearly show what the citizens will pay for 22, 23, what ARPA is going to pay as a one-time fee. And then at the same time, I want to do our absolute best to try to forecast these assessments for 23, 24, 24, 25. You probably can't go that far after. It's 3 years from this coming January. I imagine that when we look at these assessments again for 23, 24, fiscal year 23, 24, we're going to be looking at double-digit increases again in this. I mean, again, I'm in the trucking business, and we get all kinds of forecasts for what it's going to look like all over the region. And $6, $7.5 diesel is not out of the question here. And so these costs are going to pass through all of this. It's going to increase our stormwater expense to do these $6.9 million projects. So I would really, really want to see when we make this official that we also give our citizens a transparent assessment of where this is probably going to be for 23, 24, and where it's probably going to be for 24, 25. These are going to have to be educated guesses, because this commission has listened to you folks, the ones who've spoken, the ones who were not able to speak, and we have, I'm sure, a boatload of people online listening to us going, just throwing this stuff, throwing something on a wall somewhere because of us. Wham! What the hell? So it's going to come back. And this is a good thing to do, I think, with these funds, Roger. It's a very elegant approach to it. I called it a mandate early on because that mandate is going to come off, but we have to let these folks know where the assessments are going to be for that second and third budget year, because it's going to hit us all hard. It's just as hard now as it will be then, but at least we'll be able to go ahead and get the message out faster and maybe control it a little bit more based on what's happened here tonight. I mean, this is tough, and you're absolutely right. This is not going to get any cheaper to operate here. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you for your go ahead.
As a final comment, or statement, I don't think we're being weenies. As a matter of fact, in this entire budget process that we went through this year, it felt to me so much like we were scam artists, telling people or presenting one thing and then saying, well, we also got to do this. It's stuff that was added on to suddenly and without time to be able to research it and everything. And I went back and I took some time to research it. And yeah, you're going to lose some of your pet projects you want to do, but we're not going to lose all of them. We're only talking about $350,000, $400,000 out of
340
or 1.45 million. So it's not gonna affect us. And the Melissa Park thing is not gonna have that big of an impact because $250,000 was being earmarked for Melissa Park out of that. That still leaves quite a big chunk of change to get some of the other projects done. So I think you were going a little bit on the extreme side, in my opinion, but I appreciated your comments.
Well, I shouldn't have used the derogatory language perhaps, or the inflammatory language might be a better word. I do feel like the utility funds are supposed to pay for themselves through utility taxes. That's the way cities are supposed to run. I don't think that's really complicated. I don't think it's anything but clear as a bell. Utility taxes are supposed to fund the utilities. That's for stormwater. For water, water fees are supposed to fund the water fund. What we charge for water is supposed to fund the water expenditures. Those are clear things, and we're going outside of the lanes here. Not in an evil way, not in a, again, I don't mean to be pejorative about it, because I know we're all up here trying to do a good job. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll say now, I'm very blessed to work with this commission. And I'm not blowing smoke. These are all good people. Every discussion we've ever had has been sincere, and people do a lot of work. I know Roger has impressed me many times with the amount of work and research he does. He's not the only one. We've got a lot of people that work hard here. And I don't mean to disparage any of you or any of the work that you've done. I really don't. Apologize for that coming across that way. And I don't need to talk anymore. We need to vote. We have, what is the motion before us? We have a motion to use the ARPA funds to cover the overage between the, what's on the tax notice, the non-employer tax notice, and the assessment, and the total assessment.
Total cost.
Total cost. That doesn't sound right. It sounds like more the assessment would be the right word.
Well, what you're doing is you're taking the total cost, you're funding a certain part of it through an assessment, and that assessment will be on the tax bill. The balance of it is not an assessment. The balance of it, we're not setting it as an assessment. We are going to pay that through our funds. It's not an assessment. It's a budget transfer, and we're using city's funds. Assessment is collecting money from the property owners. So the
Right,
only
so
assessment-
before this motion, it was going to be an assessment that we were going to collect through a different avenue.
Exactly.
Now, if we take it off, it's no longer an assessment, and we just,
We're only going to assess the maximum amount that we can put on the property tax with the increase that's allowed.
so that answers your question, Commissioner Rutledge. It does change the assessment, and it won't affect next year. We'll be right back in the same boat.
Well, every year you reset the assessment. Assessment's only good for 1 year. So we're gonna reset the assessment every year. But we can only collect we can only collect $41.70 per ERU for the stormwater. That's the assessment we're setting this year. The balance of that and the $158.30 per ERU is going to be paid with ARPA funds. It's not, you don't need to identify assessment, it's coming out of this resolution. The only thing we're setting as an assessment is the $41.70. How you make up that funding to do the balance of the projects is up to y'all. Now, the ARPA funds is in motion, and that's fine, we can do it with the ARPA funds. But for purposes of tonight, we are just setting the assessment amount. The assessment amount is $41.70 for stormwater.
And about this time next year, we'll be talking about brand new assessments.
Yeah.
For 23, 24, based on these same discussions we're having.
By then, we'd already have public meetings and have all that, they'd be knowledgeable of it ahead of time.
Yeah, we're gonna be a little bit better on the communication, yeah, no doubt there, but it's, just the dollars are gonna go up, the dollars are going to be commensurate, just, again.
I think what y'all do, you have a motion, and second on the table, to generally say we're going to set the assessment at the maximum amount that we can put on there.
At the maximum amount we can put on the non-ad tax.
bill.
Bill.
And then use the ARPA funds for the balance. So I think you need to vote on that assessment. If that motion goes through, then I will read resolution 2022-05. This is actually going to set the assessment. And then we'll have to vote on that. And I'll go through the changes in the body of the assessment to reflect the motion that you put to the vote.
Is that clear, everyone?
Yeah, but before we do that, if that's not going to increase it for next year, we still have to go through this big elaborate, process and tell people we're increasing it by this much, $158 and $144. Why don't we just take it from general funds? Why are we taking it from ARPA? Why would we take money we can use for?
Because the ARPA funds were put into the general fund to make up the difference because of the low amount that we received from the Fed. And so it's actually going to come from the general fund, but it's called the ARPA funds, and because it's not in our budget that we got to handle. It's a separate fund from our budget.
It's not yet in the budget, you're placing a portion of it into the budget to supplement the assessment.
Yeah, the spending of the ARPA money is not yet in the budget.
No, it's sitting out, it's in a bank, just appropriate.
The way I understand it is we can use ARPA for all of those projects that, like the mayor is saying, why don't we just do what we've been doing? And keep the ARPA money to do projects that you're saying. Am I explaining that?
Yeah, you're just suggesting to pay the $340,000 out of general revenues, general funds.
Yeah. And
That's $340,000.
Basically, what you're both saying is, okay, we have multiple pots of money,
Right.
funds that we take it out of, and you want to take it out of this one, and he wants to take it out of this one.
Okay,
Instead
so it
of
doesn't
charging
make
our
a difference.
constituents.
Right, okay. Just making sure. Thank you.
So the motion on the table, as I understand it, is, as it has been clarified by our city attorney, which is important, thank you, is to approve the assessment at the rate we are currently putting through the non-ad valorem tax assessment, which is what number did you say, 41?
The maximum.
It'll be $41.70 for stormwater, and it'll be $267.45 per dwelling unit for the sanitation. And the fire assessment stays unchanged as it sits in the resolution now. But we'll do that resolution next.
So the vote right now is whether or not to make this change possible by spending the ARPA money on this amount. Is that clear? That's what we're voting on right now, is whether or not to spend the ARPA money.
And establish the assessment.
No, we'll have to establish the assessment in a second motion.
Okay.
Yeah. And it'll be based on what happens in this motion. So we're clear on that? All right, I will call roll and I'm going to do it backwards. Commissioner Conlon.
Sure, I'll vote for this.
Mr. Basso?
Yes.
Commissioner Eckert?
Yes.
Commissioner Rutledge?
Yes.
And I vote no. Motion carries almost unanimously, and that's fine. I am just one vote, that's the way it's supposed to be. Now, we must adopt an assessment rate, which will be $41 and, I'll read those numbers again, please, sir. Oh, actually, did you say you were gonna read the entire, okay, so.
I'm going to read the title, then I'll go over the changes, to what you have before you. Resolution number 2022-05 by title only for first and only reading. A resolution of Lake Helen, Florida relating to the provision of fire rescue, stormwater, and solid waste services in the city, imposing fire rescue, stormwater, and solid waste assessments against assessed property located within the city, establishing the respective assessment rates for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2022, approving the assessment rolls for the such fiscal year, and directing delivery thereof to the tax collector, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. So if you want to make that, we do a motion in a second.
Do I have a motion?
I make that motion. I'll second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Eckert and a second by Vice Mayor Connell to approve resolution 2022-05 as read, and that will
And I'll go ahead and go through the detailed changes that we pursuant to the last motion that was passed. Under section 4, subsection A, fire rescue services will remain unchanged. Subsection B, subparagraph 1, the second sentence will read, the assessment rate to be assessed a portion of unbenefited parcels to generate a portion of such service costs is $41.70 per ERU. Subparagraph 2 says the, where you have, as further described in section 5 below, a portion of the assessment for stormwater services at a rate of $41.70 per ERU shall be collected on the November 2022 tax bill instead of a comma.
Question.
A period.
Question to language, quickly. Why not just strike 1 and use 2?
Only because I didn't draft it. It came
Okay.
from our consulting attorney, and I just don't.
Very well, thank you.
So where the word bill is, I put a period, and I will strike, and the remaining amount at a rate of $1.58 per 30 cents per ERU shall be direct billed by the city pursuant to section 3.02 of the assessment ordinance. That's stricken now. Then we'll go to subsection C. And we'll make the same change there, where you see the $411.64 under subsection 1. It will read, now the assessment rate to be assessed in a portion among benefited properties to generate a portion of such service costs is $267.45 per dwelling unit. We go over to subparagraph 2 on the top of page 4, and paragraph 2 will now read, as further described in section 5 below, a portion of the assessment for solid waste services at a rate of $267.45 per dwelling unit shall be collected on the November 22nd tax bill, period. The balance of that sentence will be deleted. And I believe that is all the changes.
Thank you.
But included within the motion would be if there's other scrivener's error issues that need to be cleaned up to accomplish the intent of this, what we just discussed, we'll make those changes. But from what I've read, there's a change that needs to be made.
We have a motion again to adopt resolution number 2022-05 with the changes as outlined by our city attorney. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Let's call the roll. I'll start with you. Zone 1.
Yes.
Zone 2?
Yes.
Zone 3?
Yes.
Zone 4?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Okay.
One down, 4 to go, and then we get to go to 9 out of 12, 13, 14 out of 14. Resolution 2022-06, and you said we could do these out, Mr.
We have to take each one, one side by side vote. This one, resolution, I didn't read this in its entirety, by law. So, resolution 2022-06 in its entirety for the first reading. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Volusia County, Florida, adopting the tentative levy of ad valorem taxes for Volusia County for fiscal year 2022-2023, providing for effective date. Whereas pursuant to law, on August 19th, 2022, the Volusia County Property Appraiser mailed a notice of proposed property taxes to each taxpayer listed in the current year's assessment roll. And whereas the said notice of proposed property taxes advised the recipients of a public hearing to be conducted by the City Commission on this date for consideration of the suggested tentative general municipal budget in the proposed village necessary to fund the said budget. And whereas the public hearing has been held as specified in the notice of proposed property taxes in accordance with applicable law, Florida Statute 200.065. Whereas the gross taxable value for operating purposes not exempt from taxation within Volusia County has been certified by the county property appraiser to the city of Lake Helen as $153,235,508. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Florida. The FY 2022-2023 operating millage rate is 6.85 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 6.15 mils by 11.41%. 2, the final public hearing will be September 22nd, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. 3, this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption. Duly adopted in public hearing this 8th day of September, AD 2022 at 6:30 p.m. 4:10. So, presented for your consideration.
I make that motion.
A second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Eckert, a second from Commissioner Basso to approve resolution 2022-06 as read by our city attorney. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Zone 1?
Yes.
Zone 2?
Yes.
Zone 3?
Yes.
Zone 4?
Yes.
And I vote yes, motion carries. 2022-07, tentative budget.
We'll read that by title only, resolution 2022-07 by title only for first reading. Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Volusia County, Florida, adopting a tentative budget for the fiscal year 2022-2023, providing an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Connell, a second from Commissioner Basso to approve resolution 2022-07 as read. Any discussion? Pardon me for just a moment. Double check. Please. Okay, thank you. Hearing no discussion, call the question. Zone 4. Mr. Connell, or Vice Mayor. Call the question on resolution 2022-07.
Yes.
Zone 3?
Yes.
Zone 2?
No.
Zone 1?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Intrigued, but it's late. Final item under public hearing, resolution 2022-08.
Resolution number 2022-08 by title only for first and only reading. Resolution of the City of Lake Helen, Volusia County, Florida, adopting the City of Lake Helen fee schedule and City of Lake Helen fine schedule, providing for severability, providing for conflicting ordinances and resolutions, and providing for an effective date of October 1st, 2022.
Have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Commissioner Basso, a second from Commissioner Rutledge to approve resolution 2022-08, setting our fee and fine schedules. Any discussion on those?
I have a question.
Okay, if you would come to the podium, I'm sorry, but. And state your name and address.
Ann Robbins, 129 Lincoln Lane. I did not have a chance to read through any of these today, since I just got the complete package today. Were any of these fees changed?
Yes. The only fee that was changed is the water rates. According to the policy adopted by the commission, we adjust them every year by the CPI of the southeastern region United States, all goods. And that rate is 9.1%. So that is the only increase.
Thank you very much.
Certainly. So that is substantial, just to know, that, again, transparency is a 9.1% increase in the water rate based on the southeastern region, CPI, basically. Again, that's just the times we live in. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Like sign. Motion carries. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. Thank you very much for all your input. I really do sincerely mean that. We are a city, we have neighbors and friends. We got to get this all done. Old business, acceptance of low bid for High Street. Mr. City Administrator, would you introduce this?
And Mr. Mayor, and members of the commission, I actually have the city attorney with us this evening, to help explain this, but I mean. Oh, sorry. Everything. I actually have the real city attorney, the city. The bids will open on a competitive basis for improvements to High Street. We've alluded to issues on High Street on several occasions. There has been a very difficult situation starting back with one of my predecessors, I think 2004, actually attempting to resolve the issue. And we have designed a solution and then came to the conclusion that we really did not really completely solve the problem. Let me explain what I mean by that. We have a low bid at $77,520.56 from a contractor to construct what we designed as a solution to the problem. The issue is on further inspection that the problem is exacerbated by a much more difficult situation. Namely, the road itself has been elevated over the years, but the city is overlaying the asphalt. So as driveways coming into the street would normally come in at street level, there's now a 4-inch overlay that really keeps the water from flowing into the street where it should be for stormwater, and it goes down along the sides into the last house on the block, or the Schaefer's, or on the other side. Simply to Ohio Street. So, to make a long story short, what we are wanting to do is to have you accept the $77,520, and then we will promptly turn around and issue a change order to reduce the project, simply building a swale along the west side, putting a junction box with an outlet into the water retention pond that serves the woods. And that will capture a great deal, not all, a great deal of stormwater coming out of the woods and heading down High Street. We will then proceed with the real complete solution you need to do, which is the road mill down the entire street, taking out some elevations that cause the water to go over to the Schaefer's and solve the problem correctly. The work that we'll do will not be lost. It will not be foolishly spent. It will be incorporated into the final project. So rather long explanation. Is Derek here? Derek is here.
Yes.
All right. Does he see me down in the line?
He's coming.
Okay. So, okay. Oh, there you go.
Waiting for a question.
Well, first of all, let me make sure I explain it correctly.
You were correct, sir.
Okay.
Don't get to hear that often.
No, I don't.
So,
stunned silence there.
So the engineering is then to just create a basic swale on the west side of High Street with the junction box, the same into that large retention area just right across the street from the Schaefer's place, right?
That's correct.
General. We're gonna save around 50 grand doing that in the beginning, but then we still have to address this down the road more permanently.
That is correct.
So in either iteration, I had a concerned citizen ask me today how that would affect septic tanks in that area. either in this first generation of repair or in the second generation of repair.
I'm planning on touching any septic tanks with the.
Whether any excess water, they have any effect on anybody else, existing septic tanks around? I wasn't sure of the answer. It didn't appear to me to be that way either.
No.
Out of respect for the citizens, I wanted to add.
Of course, we're not near any septic systems with the current design. The concept design for the real fix of the problem is going to take place within the right of way where there shouldn't be any septic systems. The lowering of the road and the installation of some curbs and some inlets to collect and properly
Divert.
thank you, down to where the water goes now, should not impact any septic system.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne Scott. I just wanted to get that over.
It will have one impact. It will reduce the amount of water saturation on Ms. Schaefer's septic system.
It'll have a positive impact.
Yes. So it'll reduce the amount of water that's affecting her septic tank.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne.
Any other questions for the engineer? And there may be more that arise.
I assume we're working on, the engineering solution for the long-term fix.
Proposal's been submitted to your administrator, for engineering services.
Okay. So,
I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I had an opportunity to meet with the city administrator on this project, and what came to my attention is there needed to be something done immediately. The long-term fix is going to take time for engineering, it has to be bid, and I doubt if we would get, it has to be funded, so it wasn't going to be a quick enough long-term fix. The long-term fix needs to be done, and in conjunction with the stormwater, I think there's also a water main that will be continued on down and connected into the loop, so it'll be certain, you have to, I have an answer?
Yes, let me answer one complaint real quick, is that an engineering proposal has been submitted to the city for consideration. It will probably be on next month's or November's council. To answer your question, the water system master plan included a project that connects the terminus of the water main that was constructed with the Wood subdivision with the existing main along West Ohio. The problem with the main on West Ohio is it is comprised of AC pipe. So part of that project is going to be to, as I've got the hole open, how much of that garbage can I get out of the trench?
Sure.
So, to that effect, the subdivision that's being installed up Lakeview, we took out about 300 feet of AC pipe with that project, and we also took out about 400 feet of galvanized pipe with that project. So that's little by little we'll get there. The galvanized pipe looked at.
Yeah. I'm on point in part of the conversation with it. It'll be more than just stormwater fix. It will also be sanitary, not sanitary, but
water main connection, which will just increase the grid that the Galvin already has.
And just so, I mean, I don't know because until we get the engineering review, my guess this is, the long-term fix is going to be more $500,000 fix rather than a smaller fix, maybe more than that. Won't really know right now, but it's significant and needs to be done. But in the meantime, there needs to be relief. I'm in favor of this process.
Is this also going to because of the potential runoff going down Ohio, is this going to also alleviate any possibility of the stormwater washing underneath the south end of Ohio? Or is there going to be some type of a drop baffle box for the stormwater to go through to get down into the sinkhole retention pond area? Or is it going to flow off the road and then backwash underneath to where eventually Ohio's going to plunge into it?
No, sir, the current engineering proposal includes piping under Ohio with the stormwater. I drove by there tonight, there's a little flooding issue on the northwest corner of West Ohio and High Street. And we'll fix that as part of the process, and we'll put in a proper drop structure with rip wrap in that sinkhole to dissipate the flow.
Yeah, but we don't want to create another problem where we're walking on the dirt and then Ohio collapses and.
Well, right now, it's, drainage is by the spillway, which is probably doing exactly what you just described, it's probably just heating itself back. So we'll put down the rip wrap and put in under proper activity structure for what exactly it's supposed to do.
Don't want to create another problem.
That was my question.
I have a question about the riprap. That's just the big chunks of stuff to slow things down, right?
Yes.
When it overgrows and looks like crap, who do we complain to? Public Works? And how, actually, my question is, that being sort of silly, but, the best way to maintain that is with Roundup, or how do you really expect Public Works to be able to maintain riprap from growing weeds in the lawn?
You underlay it, and then you put it in nice and thick, and then it doesn't build up the sediment inside the voids for years and years and years. Hopefully there's no soil to begin with.
We just did the project on, corner of Tangerine and Bar a couple of years ago.
Yep.
And that's grown over and very weedy. The homeowner can't really manage it.
Well, every time I drive by that road, the Public Works needs to go out and mow the swale. They need to do a little bit of maintenance out there.
Well, the swale is pretty easy, but the riprap portion is great. Yeah, but that then flows into the lake. But
Can you add into the quote and also go to run that, riprap out of, fabric form?
What
Erosion control material?
Sure.
What kind of form?
is that a different solution that's not so weed prone?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that in the future. I know you've
If I
got,
put a concrete pad down with energy dissipators, the weeds are still gonna grow over it.
Yeah.
It's maintenance.
okay.
The hobby that we have is running a city. It requires maintenance.
No, I get that. I really do. I'm not being facetious or flippant about any of this. I get people asking me these questions, and I want to have informed answers rather than what I think. I believe you. I know the first answer is just maintenance. That's what it takes.
If they round up before it rains, yeah, it's gonna go on the lake. If they round up on a sunny day, not so much.
Fair enough. Yeah, proper use of the chemicals is important. I do have a blue card from Charlene Bishop. Please state your name and yes, for the record.
I just have a question. So we're gonna spend $77,000 on the first fix. Is that first fix gonna stay there and we're gonna add to it? Or will the first fix be torn out and redone?
We are approving the bid as submitted tomorrow. I'm doing a change order to reduce the $77,000 down to $50,000.
Down to $50,000? Or down $50,000?
Down $50,000. So we're looking at about $25,000 in improvements that we intend to reuse the box. We cannot reuse the pipe.
Okay. That was all I needed, because I was like 77,000 and then they're gonna tear it out and start over.
Thank you.
I wasn't at the last meeting, and I believe that was part of the discussion. Was that the 77,000 was too much of a Band-Aid, and it still didn't really accomplish.
That's why I was questioning, yeah.
Well,
That was said that it wasn't gonna fix everything.
the contractor and I had conversations about whether or not he was willing to do a deduct change order for $50,000, and he is.
So we're accepting a bid for 20,000? We're accepting for 70?
We received an open bid, so
Okay.
I have to approve the bid that was open. That's my personal experience.
Okay.
The deduct change order will come later. And
I'll
he's
be
done
watching
it.
Don't go away. No, you can't.
Oh,
You
okay.
can't. Well, you could.
You can.
I do have another more general question. about stormwater. And I think I know the answer, but you'll probably say it more eloquently than I could. The question is, and it addresses the situation that the Schaefer's in, and also another gentleman that I've spoken with, Mr. Tiger, I think it is, where her house and his house are basically in a natural depression that no matter what we do with stormwater, that basic thing is not going to change. So when we get a 5-inch per hour rain, they're going to have water. And there's nothing we're ever going to be able to do to stop that. We're not really responsible to stop everything. We're only responsible to stop what kind of the flow that we create. Could you kind of tell me where our responsibility begins and ends with the fact that we're dealing with Florida rain? It's real general in nature.
When we get around to it, the meeting in the field with a couple of commissioners on separate occasions, with your city administrator, the real answer is to lower the road so that the yards drain to the road and not vice versa. Because right now, the road drains to the lots. Because in my opinion, it looks like after years and years of overlays of the asphalt pavement, you just built it up. Overlays are great, they last for a little bit, but they don't really compare with a small term. You really need to mill and replace in the exact same spot. I drove by the Schaefer's house same time tonight, and they had ponding water on their side of the road from the buildup of makeshift curbs. The intention is just beyond the Schaefer's house is where the high spot is in the road, which is causing problems. Lower that several feet, repair their driveways, just fix the whole situation.
The other property that I've looked at, and I'm sure it's elsewhere as well, is it Virginia?
544 Jennings.
Jennings, 544 Jennings. And basically, you look, the neighborhood has a slope. The road comes down through here, over here, the slope just continues, and the property, much like the Schaefer property, she's below the grade of the road, like you said, but the road was just placed at the grade of the land. To drop that's really the solution, is to drop it down however many feet it takes to, okay, wow. That will be expensive.
You don't have sewers to worry about in Lake Allen? Yes, it is expensive. I've looked at the contours that the county has, 1 foot elevation contours in their GIS databases. I looked at 544 Jennings. Their property is a bowl.
Exactly.
So when we get around to that particular project, it's, what the city can do and should do, needs to be thought out. I haven't thought about it.
I don't expect you to have that answer tonight. That wouldn't be fair at all. I'm not looking at that.
The other problem a lot of residents are experiencing in Lake Elmo is that their finished floor elevations are below the ground of the road. I see it a lot, even if they're close. Close is not good when you're talking about finished floor elevations and grounds of roads. You want, at least a foot to 18 inches above the crown of the road. Now, the crown of the road is not the edge of the pavement. It's the high spot in the road. So it's a pretty distinct that I noticed when I drive around.
Yeah, there's a lot of older homes that were built right at ground level.
Right at ground level and kind of halfway down the hill and then we built the road.
So we're gonna have lots of stormwater dollars to spend.
Well said.
The other stormwater problem is the one that Icon was talking about, which starts at Cassadaga and Euclid, flows down, goes through their parking, through the Marcus parking lot, and down to Lakeview. Then it all builds up from Ohio and Euclid, it all comes down there, and you actually have a good river flowing that overpowers the 2 drains that are there, because I guess the pipes ain't big enough to handle it. And then it all flows down the road and causes washouts down behind Ivy Hall. So that's the one Ivy Hall was talking about earlier.
Sure, I looked at the map while Todd was talking. I drove back to the city hall, west of Iowa, there's a river there. There's a driver's entrance system in Lake Park to the top of the bank as well as around the road. I don't know how that drainage works, but I didn't know it, so there's lots of improvements that need to happen. Some of these improvements are going to not fall under stormwater. They need to be, the roads need to be assessed. And a master study for road improvements also needs to be conducted by Lake County. So the pattern is we do the water system first, we're doing stormwater system next, and the roads needs to be done after that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm throwing a lot of left field kind of questions at you, but I appreciate it.
Some of the roads will get done with the other projects because of their inherent size.
As much as we can make improvements, we do.
Do I have a motion to accept the low bid on the High Street stormwater project?
I got one more question on it. Since a lot of this problem is coming from the woods area on Water Street and High, is anything being done for the woods to compensate us for some of the cost of this project?
And can I add to that question? Compensate is one part of it, but also to just simply reduce the fact that so much water is running out of their subdivision when they have an obligation under their development order to have their own stormwater system function.
The stormwater system in the woods is the woods stormwater system. It is not a city system, it's entirely theirs, it's their responsibility, under the St. John Water Management District permit. We discussed that very question, and I think I don't know if we involved the city attorney or not, but the discussion centered around the fact that the plans were drawn in year 2004, about almost, 18 years ago now. And they were approved by the city, and the construction was approved by the city. And it is not a perfect system, and we're living with the results of it now. And it goes back to the issues of dealing with things that, were done improperly or correctly, whatever, in stormwater for many generations. But we don't think it's much of a cause to be able to go back to them and say, you are responsible since we approved the plans and the construction. And the city attorney is avoiding by making a comment, as you've noticed, he doesn't have to opine, but I think you can read it. Maybe?
I think we did talk about it. If they built the system to the plans, we approved it, and we approved the plans, and they built to the plans, and they're maintaining the system as required. Our hands may be tied if the system is not proving to do what it was supposed to do. But they also have to be maintaining the system currently to make sure it's operating as it was designed to operate.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Pretty well, not to answer more questions, not the most satisfactory answer, I know.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
The system that is in there and the drains that are there, in other cities, when a subdivision is built, there is always some kind of a seal-off thing there. I don't know the terminology because I'm not an engineer and I'm not. But that has not been the case in Woods Lake Helen. So all of the dirt, because there's no silt fence put up. There's dirt out in the road. I feel sorry for the people in the woods. But is the city doing a stormwater permit with each home that's built in the woods of Lake Helen?
That is, it's not our system, it's the HOA stormwater.
No, it's the city stormwater ordinance.
Well, the responsibility for the stormwater system is the woods. Now, we do require that silt barriers be put up. It's not part of the Florida Building Code, it's our code. And we have a good deal of shenanigans going on with builders. And the particular case that Anna's talking about, it's two homes that front on Main, their back is on Garden Street. And because their back is on Garden Street, they don't have driveways coming in as any normal construction site would have. You actually have a backyard, and they've abused the purpose of that. And they've really torn up the silt fence that was ever there, it's not there now. And it is a mess. So we made them clean it up once already. So she has a very valid point. And we're dealing with code enforcement, but code enforcement is really to solve the problem, not necessarily to cause issues in court. That's expensive for us to do too. Anyway, it's a unique situation with one block of homes along Garden and Main Street. Code enforcement.
I'm not only asking, but talking about the situation you're talking about on Garden Street. I'm talking in the very beginning, when the woods was first started, every building permit required a stormwater permit. They had to show on the plat plan where they were gonna put the swale to retain the first inch of rainfall that is stated in our ordinance, that property has to maintain the first inch of rainfall.
That, the plan that she's referencing is part of the original design plan for the woods, the original construction plans, again approved by the city, has individual, I think it's A through E designs, depending on the home, the location, the topography, what drainage plan goes with each individual home of the full 106 or 100 yards. But it's up to the contractor to follow that plan. And some have, I just had, the city attorney, gosh, I keep on saying this stuff. The city engineer was one of the builders who has a problem because an already existing home was not designed according to that particular plan and constructed that way. Now, the new developer is right next door, and he's got a problem because he can't design his drainage to match up with, should be the drainage next door, you have a problem in between. So it is an issue when you have had in the past and less than stringent following of the rules and regulations.
And then again, the two houses on the northwest side of High Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, I believe it is, are built up way up high. The driveways slope right out onto High Street. So all that water and all of the impervious surfaces there is gonna cause all that problem when all that rain will come down. Well, I want to see the Schaefer's problem fixed. God knows they've endured hardship. Cindy's back there coughing because she has an upper respiratory system, upper respiratory infection because she got right under her house. This is, please fix it.
That's what we're working towards. Ms. Schaefer? Once you get to the podium, if you would, please state your name and address. You cough, start again.
Cindy Schaefer, 459 South High Street. On the house that's been under water 21 times in the last year. I just want to know, if you approve this minor thing that you want to do, when are they going to do it? Who's the contractor and when is it going to be done?
The contractor, we have the low bid. What contractor is it?
It's JPI Incorporated.
And any guess as to when they'll start work? That's.
Bid's been accepted. Now we have to go to contract, so that process takes about a month. And then getting on a schedule is gonna take another month. The work is gonna take like 10 days.
And we also have to have the commission approve the deduct.
So I'm looking at.
So we're done 24,000, we do that on September 22nd.
Okay.
We're part of the special hearing. Part of the.
Mr. Administrator, does the deduct change order need to come up to the board?
The chairman and I were talking about, do we think it's probably prudent? Since we have a meeting coming up on the 22nd, it's not that many days away, you'll have, probably, I don't have the exact numbers. And I don't want to say to the commission, would you prove something about that much money?
I think at very least we should be informed about it. You may be right, if we don't want to set a precedent for those kind of changes have to come before the board. I don't know.
No, but it is time sensitive, and I mean, if there's something we can do tonight to put a range into place so it's taken care of, I would do that.
You want to authorize me to approve a deduct change order, for a design not to exceed 25,000, I think it's 44,000 or something.
I would give yourself a few thousand.
Okay.
I think if we approve the acceptance of the low bid, with the understanding that there will be changes made that we will discuss, is that amenable to the rest of the commission?
I put a number on it, even if it was 30 or 35,000, I mean, you know, we're expecting 25, but
If
at
you
least it
wish,
gives you
you
room.
can authorize me to do it, I'll just tell you when I did it, how much it was. And,
We can make it 30, tie in our hands is, if they come back with something that says 31, and all of a sudden now we've got to wait for the commission, is my concern. I don't want the Shakers to have to wait. That's
If I don't need it, that's my goal to take care of it.
So if we do is we're accepting the company that's submitting the bid, and then we're going to do another one that accepts the change order?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Either that or you give the administrator the authority to negotiate.
We would be passing the acceptance of the $77,000 and change, bid, and he can negotiate that down. He can't spend additional money, but he can negotiate that down, or change order that down.
It wasn't due to the, he's saving money so it doesn't fall under spending.
Right.
My concern is it's a significant change in the scope of work. And so you approve one project, one scope of work, and since we're gonna be back here, it's not like we have to wait all month, we just gotta wait a couple weeks. It might be prudent to have you approve that scope, a significant change in the scope of work and contract. Obviously, the deductive change order isn't spending money, so that doesn't fall under a purchasing guideline. It was just a significant change in the scope of work and how quickly we were gonna have another meeting when you're gonna bless it. So, I don't know that waiting that little bit of time is gonna make much difference in terms of when this project's gonna get done. So that's why, might as well bring it back just to.
Every day we wait is one more day of rain.
So we just approve it and authorize him to change the scope of work. He can let you know what it is. I wouldn't set a dollar amount, because you set a dollar amount, you're pretty much guaranteed to get that dollar amount. The contract for us.
This is public record.
You give a contract for bad news. I'll make a motion to approve the low bidder and, with the city administrator, the authority to negotiate, the deduct and new scope of work.
Second.
Second.
Have a motion from Commissioner Batso, a second from Commissioner Eckert to approve the low bid, with the understanding that the city administrator will be doing a deduct to that scope of work. Any additional discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, and thank you, Derek. So now we get to some of the bouncing around that we did initially with the additions and deletions and modifications to the agenda. We'll approve the minutes. Does anybody have any changes to the minutes as presented?
Yes. There was one of the items, and I don't have it before me right now. On the vote for the pasture land, You got Jim Connell as a no vote on that. I think that will, I voted no on that also. So. I don't think, did you vote no on that passion? I think I was the only one that voted no.
I've been in support of that pasture for quite some time.
So I think that you got the name wrong.
Good catch.
Any additional changes or modifications to the minutes as presented? All in favor of accepting the minutes as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? With that change, yes. Approving the minutes as presented with the change noted by Commissioner Eckert. Thank you. Now we go to
Item 7F.
well, actually, item 7D, request to hire an employee in an already established and funded position. Mr. City Administrator? I'm sorry, Mr. City Administrator, we're going to item 7D.
Yes.
Request to hire an employee in an already established and funded position.
Actually, Mayor and members of the commission, we have two individuals here this evening. One came to our attention, we interviewed after the agenda was approved by us and sent to you. The first one that is on the agenda is David Zizza. Close enough, I'm sorry. And he is certified in automobile mechanics and engines. Nice individual. We know his mother from the PLDRC. She's good. I don't know. But he is nice and no, we're not hiring him because of his mother being on the PLDRC. Just so you have a front of reference.
It's a small town, it's nice to know the connections sometimes.
Yes. The other individual is Sherrod Whites, another nice individual who is certified, state certified welder. And we are happy to have him come on board. He is also in the audience tonight. And we are recommending both of these be retained and hired into two already funded and approved positions. They're not additions. They are in the budgets that we've discussed already. And we're recommending, they will not start for 2 weeks after the notice. One of the difficulties of our, the way we do things like this is, we obviously don't want to be giving the boss any notice if the commission does not approve. So we recommended to everybody that they simply wait until after the commission approves before they give notice to their current employer. But we're recommending both of those individuals. The amount of salary, not salary, hourly wage is $20 per hour, since they are both certified in various aspects of what we'll use with the city. Just so you know, there's a great deal of discussion today about individuals and how much we pay and everything else. The individual we hired 3 months ago for $21.50 an hour, and I heard some rumblings behind me when I mentioned that 3 months ago. An individual was making $860 a week, and his former employer called him up and here, even $2,000 a week. He came back. It was obviously just impossible to be able to compete with something like that. So it is just, I think whoever said it's a crazy market is absolutely right. Just sometime it's got to stop, but I don't know when and where. But there's just so much competition for seemingly very few people, and it's almost cutthroat.
Oh, it is cutthroat.
Yeah, it really is. So anyway, we have 2 good individuals who have come to us and we've interviewed them and we're impressed with them. We'd like them to join the group, but obviously we need your concurrence and approval.
If you don't mind, I'd like to start the discussion on this topic. I'm wondering why the second one wasn't added at the beginning of the meeting when we had additional modifications and deletions, just so that people had heads up with that. during the meeting.
No reason except I keep forgetting to do that. It's not the first time I've forgotten it, and it's not with any evil intent, I just never can overdo that. We did pass out the resumes, so you have the resume on your desk.
So you wanted that added when we did additions and deletions?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been, a good heads up, especially for audience members that were adding something else, another, person to consider,
Fair enough.
in case they had fun.
Completely.
Just trying to build a little bit of transparency. And then the last, comment I have on this is, I know we're in different times, crazy times. I'm just wondering, where does this $20 come from as opposed to, you know, the other amounts we have for our other employees? I know that, you stated that these individuals have certifications. I'm not saying I'm against the amount, I'm just wondering where does this come from?
I'm not sure, how.
Is this market rate or, for having the certifications? Or are we paying them more than our other employees because of the certification? Where are we pulling that number from?
We're paying them more than other typically starting salary people, with the exception of the gentleman that just left to go back to his former employer, he would pay $21.50. You know, these people are, I recommend $20 per hour. And we do have one other individual who, is going to be with us, who is still at $17 an hour, and still on probation. So it's just, there's not too much. I heard the criticism earlier that we don't have an established pay rate, scales, and, you know, step plan systems, and all the things that a bigger city would have. It'd be lovely if we could have that, and someday we will, but right now we're just going out and seeing if we can grab people for them in. And it's almost, you do what you need to do to get people.
Right, I understand. I'm just looking at, the budget and what we have here. We do have some vacancies, but if we're taking, the employee that's leaving for $21.50, take it all away from that, it's 20. And then you've got, 17. For the rest of them, the only reason up to $18.50. So we do have a little bit of a difference here.
Yes.
So that's why you change our numbers, just making sure we're all aware of that before we go ahead.
So,
Incidentally, okay, I'm sorry.
were we grossing up those under $20 an hour as part of this? Is that what it said? Are we grossing, are we bringing parity to the ones that are earning less than $20? Is that what I just heard?
No.
I don't believe so. All right, never mind.
No, I'm just looking at what we, what was set, what we have, right, for, on this paper here.
Yeah.
On our budget for the employees, we've got, $21.50 for the gentleman who's leaving. And then we budgeted 17, like you average them out, it's not coming up to 20 for the two, and I know we're in, I understand the market, I just wanna make sure we're all on the same page about what this says. So that's his paper.
There's another employee that's leaving in less than 2 weeks. He didn't give us a notice until we got back from the recruiter's office. He's only less than 2 weeks. So these two employees are gonna replace the two that were.
Right, and like I said, I'm not against it, I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page. And trying to understand where it's.
I've got one question. If Sherrod White is here on his application, what position is he applying for?
He's gonna be a general, well, that's an interesting question, because
How many hours per week?
he's full-time, he's a full-time individual. But, the title, we just, what do we typically call it? General individual. And, I don't want to use the term labor, because I think they're more talented than that. We've got to come up with a better name for them.
So he's gonna be a general public works.
Yeah, general crew member.
Crew member.
Yes. Because they're asked to do virtually everything. I mean, they'll, summertime, utility and cutting grass, they'll do plumbing, they'll, help repair water main breaks, they'll paint buildings, they'll clean bathrooms every day. There's a lot of things they'll do. most recently, two of them spent a good deal of time fixing up our mobile equipment, our trucks, that have been, not used frequently because they had certain problems, and they fix those. It's whatever is necessary, what they do.
I'll make a motion to approve the new hires.
Got a second? Got a second?
Can I add to the motion?
Not until it's been seconded.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Basso, a second from Commissioner Eckert, to approve the two new hires as presented by the city administrator, Mr. Eckert.
How would you like me to amend it, Robert?
I would like to amend the motion to start pay at $17 an hour to be reevaluated upon their completion of probation.
Do we have a second?
I didn't do the interview.
We agreed to 20. We offered 20, they accepted 20.
Well, on the application, one says negotiable and the other one says 19. They gotta go through the probationary period first.
The probation period is 6 months. We can tell them you not go with our recommendation and see what happens. It's up to you.
We have a motion to reduce it from $20 an hour to $17.50 an hour. I know, but, no, there's a proposed amendment to the motion, a proposed amendment to the motion. Is there a second to the amendment to the motion?
Maybe a little discussion on that, Roger, would you consider 18 because they do have certifications? Would you consider 18 instead of 17, since they have certifications? Very useful to the position.
So is the one that's leaving, maybe I couldn't confirm that up at the time, but
Okay,
to me it was at 17 an
right,
hour.
right, fair enough.
And he's leaving.
He wants that military.
Well, no, and that's great, I'm not disparaging that thought, of course. In a minute. There's a motion to amend the motion. Is there a second to the amendment? That dies for lack of a second. So the motion on the floor is to approve the two hires as presented by the city administrator. Is there any further discussion?
I guess I'll propose an amendment at 18.
Okay, we have a proposed amendment to change that from 20 to 18 by Commissioner Rutledge. Is there a second to that?
For the probationary period.
For the probationary period. Okay.
I'll second it.
A motion from Commissioner Rutledge, a second from Commissioner Eckert to change the $20 to $18 an hour during the probationary period. Is there a discussion on the amendment?
Can we change the time of the probationary period from 6 months to 90 days? I'd like to.
You can do that, I mean, it's in the personnel code, but you can amend it.
Not tonight.
Not
Might be
tonight,
the answer to
right?
that.
It should be done formally with a resolution.
That's a reasonable question. 90 days is a more typical probationary period, but we'll hit that another day if you think it's important. Well, whatever. Typical is a relative thing. Okay, so I have a motion to amend and a second to that motion. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Did you want to talk about it?
Oh, did you want to talk about the amendment or the motion? Either way, go for it. Please state your name.
Charlie Bishop, you put out the Roger, now, when the last person got hired at $17.50 an hour, or $17 an hour, I stood at this podium and argued that he should make $20 an hour. I gave him ample opportunity to come up here and stand up for himself. I kept saying, he's got certifications, blah, blah, blah. he's got this, he's got that. He chose to just sit there and go with the $17 an hour. I'm telling you right now, these two gentlemen are not gonna sit here and go for $17 an hour. That's not gonna happen, or even 18. Because they had a discussion and they discussed the $20 an hour. So, like I said, we hired the last one with no certifications for $21.50, and Mr. $17 had every opportunity to state his case and chose not to do it. So that's just my way on that.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. Any further discussion on the amendment to the motion? Call the question on that. Zone 1.
Yes.
Zone 2?
Yes.
Zone 3?
No.
Zone 4?
No.
And I vote no as well. So that amendment does not carry. The motion still before us to approve the hire as presented by the city administrator. Any further discussion on that?
A small piece.
Yes, sir.
This is more of an opinion than it is a statement. We just experienced one of the reasons why 5 elected officials who change every year should not be involved in hiring and firing employees. Period. This is a prime example of that right now. And with that said, gentlemen, I'll be voting no, but I imagine we'll have a 4-1 vote. It's not that I'm taking anything away. It's a symbolic vote for me, only because this commission does not need to be involved with the hiring and firing of fine gentlemen like you. That's a staff function. It's not an elected official's function. So my vote is only ceremonial at best.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Connell. Any further discussion?
Yes, I have one, not so much, it affects the motion, but it's not about the motion. We got an employee that's $17 an hour, he's going to get a pay increase to $18.50, he's still going to be making $1.50 less than the new hirees, and he's been here for, what, a month or two? Is that really fair to him to leave him at the low wage when he's already talked about quitting a number of times, and this will definitely throw him over the news to quit. So, are we gonna do something for retention, or are we just gonna let it go?
It's a good question. I would think that would be something that would be addressed by the city administrator before that is brought to us. I believe, again, that needs to be deferred to the city administrator. I understand the point of your question, though. It's a very reasonable question. All in favor of approving the city administrator's hire of these 2 employees at $20 an hour? Zone 1?
No.
Zone 2? No. Zone 3?
Yes.
Zone 4?
No.
And I vote yes. Motion does not carry. Who would we like to run the city? I agree, and I understand your point earlier in the discussion. We are hamstrung by this process in many ways. But the question remains before us as a commission is what we want to do now. Do we want to hire these people or not?
We have an employee and our city administrator that's negotiating something. Do we want to tie his hands every time we turn around, or we want to let him do his job? Let him do his job. I don't feel like cutting the grass.
What would we like to do, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, the city administrator negotiated with them for $20 an hour, and one of them says it's negotiable, which he did negotiate it, and the other one is $19 per hour. So if we go with the plus between the 18 for the amendment and the 20 for the first motion, we go with $19 an hour. I'll make that motion to hire him at $19 an hour.
If you make it $19.50, I'll support it. because hopefully we won't lose somebody over 50 cents an hour. Yes.
Make it $20.50, I'll support it, because I think we're trying to our nose to spite our face here.
Well,
There's many wise and found foolish in the world, and I think we're being.
this is just for a probationary contract, and the probation.
It's 6 months. So, I mean, are you guys aware of the poaching that's going on out there, and how hard it is to get people, and if you need help, we need to get them, we need to plan the case.
I think we need to address it overall, and not just with new hires, because then we're going to lose what we have to.
That's a possibility.
Right.
That's a possibility. But right now, you're building it to.
Right now, we can only deal with these.
We could rate all three if we wanted to,
You're
right?
right, Jim, that's what we should be doing.
Oh, I know I'm right. Sorry.
Well, you're right in that principle, I agree, but we are in need of, did I get a motion? Did I hear a motion?
I didn't hear a second.
What was
We had a
the,
motion from Commissioner Eckert,
At $19 an hour for the probationary period.
a motion to hire at $19 an hour for the probationary period. Is there a second to that motion?
Mr. City Administrator, can you sell that?
I do what?
Can you sell $19 an hour?
I'll try.
That's really an honest answer. I agree. I mean,
I agree.
it doesn't sound flippant. It sounds like something, it sounds like we're putting him in a box, and in a bad position. And I don't want to do that. Well, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion from Commissioner Eckert, a second from Commissioner Rutledge to hire these two applicants at $19 an hour for their probationary period. Any discussion?
No, I'm gonna vote this yes on this, just so we can see how this experiment works.
Okay, any further discussion? I'm not calling the question yet, we do have a blue card, but any further discussion from the dais? I have a blue card from Linda Donato.
Linda Donato, 129 Road Drive, Lake County, Dallas. Gentlemen, I just sat here and watched the travesty. Some of you are right, some of you are wrong. You're placing the city at risk. I will have to say that Ms. Rutledge at least was on the right track. If this gentleman here, the city administrator, had offered $21 to an applicant, that would be the starting salary. The gentleman sat here in the room obviously and heard all of this, which by no means is absolutely necessary as this council seems to think that it is.
It is absolutely necessary.
It's absolutely necessary under the charter. I'm sorry, I shouldn't interrupt.
Okay. There's other ways to get around it. She's absolutely right when she says that the market typically, there's a 90-day probation. That even starts with your benefits in most companies and large companies. You work 90 days, then you get your benefits. Some companies are 30 days. You don't get your benefits day one. But to sit here and have work to make decisions where you've got an employee that's been on a job for 2 months, and you don't consider his seniority, and then you bring someone else in and they've got like skills and like job description, why would you even think about paying $3 less an hour? That adds up. 10 hours is $30. Add that up. I think that really there needs to be a meeting of minds. I think we might think about hiring an HR manager.
You want to really bust the budget, don't you?
Pardon me?
You want to really bust the budget, don't you?
Do you want me to come volunteer? I'd be more than happy to do a pay scale, a level, anything for the city.
And I don't mean to be argumentative, but the reality is we have a charter right now that requires this commission to do this work, requires this commission to do this work. Sunshine law requires us to do it here on this dais in front of everybody.
And this, which there are other ways. There are other ways. And if you've got one gentleman, he obviously, he's the one who's doing the negotiations and then bringing it to you. And we've got $17 and $19 and $21.
It's absurd. isn't it?
You're getting all kinds of mixed.
That's why there's a charter amendment out right now, and that's what fix that.
There's a charter amendment?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I hadn't heard that.
It's on, it will be on the,
One of the charter amendments is to move the authority of hiring, firing, and disciplinary action, and so I'm not sure the exact wording, but basically that, into the position of the city administrator, removing it from the commission.
for this very reason,
Yes,
or one.
this is one of the most obvious reasons. Disciplinary action is another very important.
But you said that it had to be done this way, there are other ways to do it.
It's on a ballot.
Don't
It's on
we
a
know?
ballot in November.
Keep you all out of the loop and keep the city in a place at risk. I'm only just giving advice.
To do that, you would vote yes on charter amendment that relates to that. Honestly, I'm not being argumentative, that's where that is.
We're restrained by the law right now.
Thank you, yeah.
But what we could do is we could support our administrator and vote on a motion that he.
I do have, yeah, I agree. I do have 2 additional blue cards. Anna Sizza is first.
Anna Sizza, Great Avenue. I know this is kind of wrong for me to be up here.
Not at
But
all.
I just want to make a comment. When a position's been offered, I'm prejudiced, guaranteed, but I think $17 an hour is too low. But when a position's been offered at a certain rate, based on someone's experience and abilities and what they're gonna bring to the city, that didn't seem to be into consideration. I don't understand why, it's like maybe somebody doesn't have the years of experience that candidate has. That wasn't considered.
I heard somebody say something earlier about, someone who's been here for a couple of years, or their years of experience should be more valuable. I don't know what the toolbox is that either of these two boys are bringing together. He does, okay? I don't know what the experience of the other person. I've hired people in my organization, I've had people there for 15 years, and I bring other people in, and they get paid more money because they bring a different toolbox to the table. So I'm trusting this man to do his job, and I'm going to support him in doing that job. I'm not going to second guess him, I'm not going to mince words over $2 an hour. I'm not going to be concerned about the person that's already signed on at $17.50, because he can walk right in the office and say, Mr. Lee, I think I'm worth more money. Okay, and then he can deal with that issue and bring it back to us and each other's argument. But one of the reasons why a charter amendment is on is so this doesn't happen. Okay,
Well, I can't, I know my son said almost 5 hours.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
and left very upset because he's a normal position.
Yeah.
And he's
Yep.
very.
Yeah.
And we're trying to work
Come
for
to
it.
us.
We're trying, I'm trying to work for it here.
I'm just saying, I don't know that he's gonna accept.
I agree.
He's gonna prepare to resign tomorrow. Position. What do you think?
This is a painful process, and I agree with you
I just
that
wanted
it's.
to keep in mind, I'm sorry.
I appreciate it.
Don't
And
be
Mr.
sorry.
Sizza-
Thanks for speaking.
And Mr. Sizza, there is nothing wrong. We're in a small town. People know people. People are related to people. There's nothing wrong with speaking your opinion. There's nothing wrong with having an opinion and a bias. There's nothing wrong with having a bias. It makes us human. I also have a blue card from Kelly Crasso.
Kelly Frasco, 616 John Street. I'm very disappointed in the commission. I'm disappointed in Lee. The job of stating with our current charter, which is what we're working on, states that that decision is with the commission. However, I feel that Lee is out of his lane by not having brought this to you sooner and discussing the hourly rates of these, and we don't have any type of schedule on what the ranges are that are discussed with the commission. I think that that's what you guys need to do. You need to come up with a pay rate and stick with it, because one day it's 17, the next day it's 21, and those two side by side are relatively different. So having said that, I feel that I would not want to be in your place for one. But Lee was out of line for not addressing it to you guys if he was going to go over what the rate of our current public works staff is. And Jim, I'm disappointed in you. So rather than
I'm sorry, we do ask that remarks be addressed to the commission as a whole.
Well, let
not
me say
to
as a
individuals.
whole. So to the commission as a whole, it is your duty to uphold your place, to make your votes and decisions based on facts, not on your personal opinions, or to make a statement. Thank you.
Since that was obviously addressed to you, do you want to address it or no? Okay, I don't blame you. Thank you, it's late. I do have another blue card from Paulette Smith. Ms. Smith, please. And if you would state your name and address for the record.
Paulette Smith, 840 West Hickley Road. I have had the privilege of hiring people for the city of Atlanta, but if you're gonna offer a person a job at one amount, you can't come back and say, oh, yes, we worked on the charter, looking forward to letting the administrator be the person that negotiate with the participants that they are interviewing. If you're not gonna trust him, I ain't gonna say I agree with everything he do. If I don't agree, I'm gonna come and I'm gonna tell him. I feel I'm at that age in my life, I'm gonna tell you how I feel. If you negotiate and say you're gonna pay somebody one amount, you don't never go back. If anything, you go forward. It's not none of y'all jobs, but the administrator, they gotta answer to him or even their supervisor. I hired people for $15 an hour, and I turned around and I hired somebody for $21 an hour because they bought experience. They might have had a special way of dealing with people that my other staff could not deal with certain situations. So you should, in the future, let the participant who you are interviewing, have them come up and y'all can ask them questions if you don't know what they can bring to the board. You don't know what the city is like it in a lot of different ways. Until y'all start bringing the people and asking them questions and letting them tell you what they can do besides the certificates they have, that's the only way we're gonna make this city grow. Other than that, we're gonna, every 6 months, be hiring people. It's gonna be a turnover. People love their job if they like their employees.
Absolutely.
If you don't like your employees, I'm not gonna go work for you, and I hate getting up going to work for you. I'm not gonna do my best. If I enjoy going to work, I'm gonna do my best. So if these people from Lake Helen wasn't sure they wanted to work for Lake Helen, I don't think they would leave their job making more than what they're making an hour now to come work for the city of Lake Helen. So, everybody's, one person saying one thing, but we need to understand, if we want quality workers, you gotta give something. You gotta take something. You gotta lose some, you gotta win some battles. But you gotta be able to approach people and meet people where they're at. And until we do that as a city, we'll still be in the same position we're in now. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for the words of wisdom.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
28, need a motion to be here. I make a motion that we stay here until midnight.
So, I have a motion from Commissioner Basso, a second from Commissioner Ackert to continue the meeting till midnight. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. 40 minutes, we're gonna be done with the rest of this, and there's a lot to go. So, We have a motion on the floor, I believe, to hire 19. I am not in favor of it, in my point of discussion. I agree with Ms. Smith, and I agree with the city administrator, having the ability to negotiate this and bring it to us. That is the system we have right now. I know it's flawed, but it is what it is. He did his part. I believe it's our part to support him. So I would vote no on this and entertain a motion for 20 again, but right now we're at a motion with 19. Any further discussion?
I withdraw my second on the 19th.
Yes, I've got further discussion on it.
Yes, Commissioner
A little over a year ago, we passed a budget that included a parity clause to bring us up to the state minimum level years ahead of the required time to do it at $15 an hour. The state minimum wage, I believe, is still down around 12, and they've got until, I think, 2025 to reach the $15 level. Most of our hirings have been getting done at $17 an hour. Yes, I understand people want to make extra money and stuff like that, but we are, the way I look at it, I'm responsible for what their money's being used for, and I have to look out for that also. So sitting here negotiating a price range for hiring an employee, I feel it's part of my job until the charter gets changed. And as far as having faith in our administrator, I'm probably the only one that doesn't have faith in him. And I don't have high evaluation marks that I turned in for him either. It's lower than last year. So it makes a big difference to me on the way, the amount of money being spent and the demand that's being, the pressure and demand that's being put on us. But that's why I got elected, and that's why I'm here. I'm going to continue doing the best I can to represent the people in town.
and I fully respect that. I will add or bring something forward that I think I've mentioned before. The last time I got figures on this was a long time ago, and minimum wage was, I think, $5.15 an hour, something like that, maybe $5.25. And the estimate was that turnover in a position at minimum wage costs the business $17,000 plus. Turnover of a single employee. We're talking about losing 2 potential hires over 50 cents an hour, which is $1,000. That's $1,000 versus $17,000, which now would be closer to 35,000, I guess. We're cutting our nose off to spite our face here. We gotta get people here to work. It takes money to do that. Where do we stand?
Well, it's clear where we stand. I mean, some of us are willing to support staff, and some of us aren't.
Well, that's fair, but what I actually meant by that question was, what motion is on the table?
Do we have a motion on the table? We don't. I'll put my
She
original.
withdrew her second, so that kills my.
I'm gonna put my original motion back on the table to hire the 2 employees, $20 an hour.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Basso, a second from Vice Mayor Connell to hire the 2 employees at $20 an hour. And is there further discussion from the dais? I do have another blue card, so I'm not calling the question. Is there further discussion from the dais?
Yes, I think what Roger and I are aligned with the fact that, we're looking at the budget, we're trying to stay in line with what the budget says. And so for the numbers to come in above that is where we don't want to see that unless we have a heads up. So we are where we are. We talked about 20 an hour for these folks, and I'm not saying that they weren't worth it. My point was about the budget. So I'm going to go ahead and say yes on that.
Any further discussion from the dais? I have a blue card from Kurt Sniffen.
If you would say your name and address for the record.
I'm Chris Sniffen, 491 West Delaware. I don't always agree. I mean, it's probably the one thing that Roger and I can agree on. What do we make the most? I mean, this is what upsets me. Yes, you can negotiate $20. I'm in management. I don't go back on a commitment. And so now you're basically giving me telling a bad name on going back on something that was arbitrarily agreed upon. That's number one. But I would also ask you to do this. We're offering Mr. Levitt a $10,000 raise to help offset this cost. You know, I really don't think he deserves a $10,000 raise, to be honest with you. I mean, he just said, oh, I always forget to do that. No, that's not what a city administrator is supposed to do. You're not always supposed to forget. He also forgot to put in a proposal for waste management. You know, and now we're paying the price on that. Is that worth $10,000? You want to make up the difference to agree with the money for $20 an hour, the nine gets raised. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate your comment, and I appreciate your comment. However, I think I should keep my mouth shut. We gotta get this meeting finished. I disagree that several of your suggestions were not on point as to what we need to do in this motion. And I have a motion and a second to approve the hire of these two individuals at $20 an hour. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Zone 1.
Yes.
Zone 2.
No.
Zone 3.
Yes.
Zone 4.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion carries. Old adage about making sausage and making laws, you don't want to see either one happen. And again, back to our other points made, these discussions do hurt us as a viable employer. These discussions being made in public, when people's lives are hanging in the balance, hurt us. People don't want to work under these conditions, and conditions more than money is what drives people to work for you or not. 9B, 9C, resolution approving the one-year agreement with Waste Pro. Mr. City Administrator, would you?
Yes, please. We have a resolution 2211, and this is a one-year agreement with Waste Pro, as we have noted several times tonight. This is a competitive bid that was written and handled by the city of Ponce Inlet, and they're recommending it for a one-year agreement, so that during the time, we can either negotiate a longer-term agreement with Waste Pro, or we can go out for a competitive bid if we cannot come to a conclusion with Waste Pro's satisfaction to the city. But we do recommend the one-year agreement, which is indicated, until we have a competitive bid, and we do the current marketplace.
Make a motion to approve?
Second.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Mr. Basso, a second from Vice Mayor Connell to approve resolution 2022-11. Any discussion?
Who pulled the item?
I don't remember. Somebody pulled it from the original consent because we wanted to discuss it. He was wondering.
Rafine did.
What?
Rafine, I think did.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So it's a moot point at this.
okay.
Any further discussion on the dais as to this process? I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries.
I don't think I was aware of that, the public can.
I made an exception, and I
Can move
actually
that
stated
around.
it that way. It's because I was pushing through right there at the beginning of the meeting. I wanted to make sure I didn't push farther than I should. And this one's a good example. this is a really important motion we just carried past.
Understood.
I wanted anybody to have a chance to discuss it rather than it just be part of the consent agenda. I normally will not do that.
Okay.
I mean, we live in interesting times.
I don't want to take it too late. Let's go.
Thank you. Item 10, request for sponsorships. The first one, the Lake Committee has removed their request. I'm assuming that the Methodist Church request is still here. We did not pull the Methodist Church, we just pulled the Lake Committee. The Methodist Church has requested a donation to help support their outside the gates food pantry. Any discussion from the dais? There's no amount here. I'm thinking perhaps tabling it to another time, but I don't know. There may be things I don't know. So I'm opening it up for you guys to tell me what we need to do on this. And if it's table it till next time, I'm happy with that.
That would probably be the best idea, because he's not here to explain how much he's asking for, plus the one he wants it if it's in this year's budget or next year's budget.
Correct.
Motion table?
There's a motion to table, does not require a second or any discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item is tabled till next meeting. Hopefully we'll get further input from the Methodist Church. And, well, okay, meeting short. Quasi judicial hearings, certificate of appropriateness. We have a presentation from the Historic Preservation Board on 4 properties. It's all in your packet. Any discussion on these? Oh, good point. Is there any ex parte, what's the word, communication that needs to be disclosed at this point by any of the commissioners?
None.
No.
And none for me. So discussing items 11A, B, C, and D, they're all approved, recommended for approval by the Historic Preservation Board. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Basso, second from Commissioner Rutledge to approve the certificates of appropriateness for 11A, B, C, and D. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sorry, I did not. If you could state your name and address for the record.
It's Ron Carrick, 451 West Michigan, in the woods. I don't have a problem with any of the properties. I do have a problem that a lot of talk was about money tonight. And we're paying Mr. Morales, according to your budget, $6,800. Last month it was $6,000. He's approving a couple of swimming pools, a shed, and a house that's already been built in the woods. So why are we paying somebody that kind of money on simple items? When we have the board that gets together and Mark Shuttleworth, I mean, people of super caliber that can make these decisions. If something gets tough, bring in Mr. Morales. But to keep on paying them $6,000 a month to go through swimming pools, it's ridiculous. That's my money we're wasting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I kind of like your suggestion, and I'd like to talk about it more, like a workshop or something.
I agree.
For right now,
I don't think we're paying for the minor stuff. Lee can probably answer. I believe the staff is approving the minor stuff.
Well, he went to the meetings and he raised at least pretty little drawings, and we gave him $6,000 last month.
I
We're
have,
gonna approve $6,800 for him this month.
I have been concerned as well, is that price has gone, not necessarily through the roof, but has gone up quite a bit. And we need to look at it again.
We do have qualified people on that board. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And Commissioner, I would like to address that in the future. Okay, That motion passed. Back to public forum. It's what's on the agenda, but I think we've had a lot of that. Does anybody wish to speak during public forum? Nancy Weir, if you would state your name and address, please.
Nancy Weary, 435 West Delaware. This year will be our 5th year for the Lake Elmo Little City Big Sale. And we are scheduled for October 8th and 9th. And I come before the commission every year to ask you to waive the $5 fee for all of you registered sellers. It's just a formality. You just say yay, yay.
I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to, so educate me.
We have a citywide yard sale.
Oh, yard sale, okay, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say bake sale.
I thought I heard the same thing. So it's a citywide yard sale and you want a motion to waive what?
Waive all of the, people that register for the sale. Last year, we had 113 different addresses register over the 2-day period, so.
What is the fee?
$5.
$5?
We waive it every year. People love it.
I'll make a motion to waive the fee for the applicants or the people doing the little big yard sale this year.
A motion from Commissioner Rutledge, a second from Commissioner Eckert to waive the $5 fee for the citywide yard sale application.
I only have one question for Don. How much staff time does that take?
None.
Thank you.
That doesn't seem possible, but okay.
I do everything. I do everything. We're not doing it.
Then it is possible. It's volunteer, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Please waive.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. Commissioner reports by zone. Who would like to start us off?
Public forum. What about?
Oh.
You can deliver the yellow cards, you can just get up and go.
I was thinking blue cards. Okay, we are still in public forum. Forget the commission reports by zone. Celine,
Don't even try.
Celine, don't even try. If you would if you would come to the podium, if you would state your name and address for the record, please.
Celine Stadium, 121 Oak Lane in the village. My question is about the water. I know there's a lot of talk about the water is not able to drink in the water meters. I know we have to replace all the water meters in the city. Is there gonna be a fee for the water meters for us to replace them? And is the 9.1% increase in the water bills this year? Does that include the changing of the water meters? And what are we doing to improve the water? I won't even drink, I have an autoimmune problem, I will not even drink the water.
Make sure I don't cut you off. Okay, the water meter replacement is not going to be billed individually to the customers. It's going to be done through, just for information, we're getting a grant to do that citywide. So no, your assertion that the water not being drinkable, I would disagree with. Water is quite drinkable. We have simply had many people say that they disagree with that. We have a tested.
We received a letter in the mail.
From
From the city.
From the city.
Saying the water's not drinkable, I don't believe that's true. Because,
Boil water notice.
well, we've had boil water notices, and we've had one test that was, mistimed, basically, but we had to send out a letter about that. Anyway, I don't mean to be argumentative.
If when you send a letter out that says, don't drink the water, and you send another letter out that says, okay, the water is ready to drink?
No, we never received
I think the letter that the nice lady is referring to is one that's mandated by the federal government, actually, because the contractor at the time, which is not our current contractor, missed a window for testing.
Okay.
And because of that, we had to send a letter out. It wasn't a bad test, as a matter of fact, just we missed the window, they missed the window. Actually, the test was made about 2 weeks later, and it was well within limits. So So there's actually nothing wrong with the water, but for some reason, the feds insist on scaring everybody to death. And to me, it's counterproductive. Now that I say it's not willing to even drink the water, and there's nothing wrong with water.
Okay, so it's a
Why are you
mandate.
drinking bottled water? We have high bleach
Well,
levels.
we've got 20 minutes left, and we really do have quite a bit left on the agenda. Does that answer your question?
Well, we had high bleach in the water, people's clothes were turning white when they washed.
We did have an issue, yes, on that, and that was an
So
isolated thing.
with your information now, our water is safe to drink.
Yes.
I drink it every day, and I still don't go in the garden.
And
We've never received letters after that one letter that said it was unsafe.
Well, Commissioner Basso makes a fine point.
Yes, he does, and I think that letter did have well, I don't know, I don't even need to try and guess. I'm sorry that there's been confusion on that, and I'm not sure how else to answer your questions. I do believe that the city's water is potable, we produce it with that intent, we test it all the time, and we are in compliance. I have any additional questions?
No, just everybody, goes by that last letter that went out. It's still-
I will say, if the water is, and that's the best I can tell you right now, I'm not sure why that's is out there. I will say go ahead.
If the water is safe, when the cities, I'm part of the HOA at the Lake Yellow Villa, and everybody's coming to me with all the, the water's killing us, we're getting cancer. I mean, that's what the letter said.
Okay,
So
we need to
maybe
get
the city needs to write another letter, at least for our little community, to settle,
Well-
go back out.
Well, thank you for that suggestion. Best I can answer at this time. Pamela Waltron? Deborah Duff? That's all the yellow cards. I will say on the boil water notice thing, we are going to have a test, which happens every 5 years. We have a raw water storage container, 100,000 or so gallons, that has to be tested every 5 years. There is no way to test it without generating a boil water notice. It doesn't mean we've done anything wrong. It's a required test by the feds, I do believe. That will be coming down the pipe,
September 20th.
so to speak, September 20th. So there will be another boil water notice, September 20th.
On the marquee, on the website.
Everywhere.
actually, we're sending out a letter to everybody, all of our customers.
And then a letter after the fact.
What we're going to do, because it's a very short period of time they have to boil water, we're asking them in the first letter to monitor the website, our website. And our website will say that it's okay after 2 days, assuming it is.
Assuming they go to the website and read that.
Yeah, but it just, we're trying to avoid sending out another letter so close to that for another $650. Yeah.
I know, but where we are now, that for me, I think that whole level of transparency is worth every bit of that $650.
Is the mayor, it's only because the members can be out of water, the water pressure will drop because of the need to work with the tank. And that requires the notification for water. And again, it's frustrating to us because we come around the water, but people think, my God, what's wrong now?
Of course.
So, the commission reports by zone. Number one.
Just a quick, update on choice gas, if you would, just fill us in on the coverage and how they're grandfathered into choice gas.
The new gas station.
Choice gas on New York. The color of choice gas.
Gas station.
Yes.
Yes. It is in the gateway, it's in the gateway zone, but all they're doing is painting them. And the paint, colors of the paint, initial construction are within the purview, but not afterwards. So it's being repainted and we have no control over repainting of a property, even if they were, after the fact, so. And that's all they're doing is painting, they're not redesigning the building or anything like that, so.
Did the ownership change?
Yes.
Didn't that trigger the gateway?
No.
Why would, it doesn't?
It-
I read that differently then, I don't understand that.
No, if they make exterior changes, it certainly will.
The ownership by itself doesn't change.
Now, the gateway is not as stringent as the historical district.
I'm gonna look at that.
And it's primarily on those, well, never mind.
I just
I
got.
don't even know.
Change of ownership triggers a lot of stuff when it comes to fiber.
I didn't read that, I didn't read that correctly, I just have to make a note of the table again.
Zone two?
No, September, I believe it's September 25th at the Lake County Library. I think they're called the Red Hats Ladies from the Massive James Center. It's having a fundraiser, they're having a silent auction, door prizes, and I forget what all else. You can contact them, it's $20 per ticket. So if you want to have some fun on September 25th, it's a Sunday. I don't have that information. They didn't have the flyers today when I was down there. Look on Facebook, it'll be on Facebook. Also, don't forget, tomorrow we're doing our 9/11 ceremony in front of City Hall at 9 o'clock. Collection, I mean, you start showing up 8:30 or before then. We should be in between rainstorms, or no rain, depending on how Florida reacts at the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Eckert. Mr. Bassett? Do you have a zone report?
No, other than that, if somebody has a stormwater problem, okay, whether you're in my zone or not in my zone, they have my number at City Hall, I'll be happy to come out and meet with you and take a look at it, give you my partially educated opinion, and get back with Lee and your city engineer, we'll address it.
Thank you. Zone four?
It'll wait,
I had something that I was going to talk about, which I'm not. So my report is done. I do want to say that, reiterate that, 9/11 service tomorrow morning. I encourage you all to be there. Okay, Commissioner?
If everybody was listening to the news today, I think the world knows that Queen Elizabeth passed away this morning. The president has requested that all flags be put at half mast until her retirement. Keep up the date on the information and get the flag, if you can put it at half staff, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
My niece shook her hand. That's a very unusual thing to be able to say. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Item 14, Mr. City Administrator's report.
Mr. Mayor, member of the commission, only one item, and that is on the evening of September 20th at 6 p.m. We're having an open house downstairs in the conference room with our city engineer and planners from Melissa Park. We would invite anybody and everybody to attend. The whole purpose of it is for the citizens to look at what we've come up with, approve this, approve, move this, and do the dinner, change this, change that. So nothing is set in stone, everything is set by the citizens or intended to be set to the citizens following the meeting. So a very important meeting because we definitely want to make sure this park is exactly what the folks want when it's time to build.
My apologies, I will not be here for that meeting, I will still be out of town. Which leads me to my next comment. I did intend in my report to say this. The Lake Island League for Better Living is having a dedication of new public bench in recognition of the service of Joe Hammond. to the city and community of Lake Helen. That will take place on Saturday, September 17th at 6 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Vice Mayor, do you believe you would be able to be at that ceremony? Because I will not be able to.
I'm planning on it, sir.
Thank you. So the Vice Mayor will be there to represent the city. This is a league function, but I appreciate you being there to represent the city and to express our gratitude to Mr. Hammond for all he's done for this city for quite a few years now. We really do appreciate it. I apologize, pass along my apologies for not being there personally. I am simply out of town, and I'm very sorry for that.
Yes, sir.
I'm also gonna be out of town for both of those events. I'm gonna be back to the 21st.
Summertime.
Find someplace.
Anybody have anything additional? We got 10 minutes to burn here. Come on, folks. I think we're done. Thank you very much, everyone. I did it again.
Every 7 take 5 years. I realize.
This is now, it's like this.